What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Money Mitch is back in the hot seat. Sorry for a little bit of a late start there. That one's on me. Just dealing with some morning gremlins here. Claude, just struggling this morning, man. Just wasting credits and spending all around, and couldn't get stuff done this morning. Claude, I don't know what you're doing, man, but you're about to get replaced. You know how it is in the AI world. There's always another one. Let's keep taking a look here. The spider, of course, and you guys see the SPY was coming down fast this morning. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a lift off here at 8:45. Of course, this is the pullback that we were talking about yesterday that could happen. So if you were here yesterday, well, then you were able to probably cash in on this, where there was probably no one. And you guys tell me in the chat if anyone out there was being bearish yesterday into the action. Money Mitch keeping everything on check here as we did get the pullback. We got the look that we were looking for. And now we've had that nice opportunity, right? What did I talk about yesterday for the Qs? That we potentially be coming down to the 9 EMA. Well, guess what we're trading at right this second, guys? This is why you guys come here. It doesn't stop, guys. This is why you guys come here. Yesterday, telling you guys we could be coming right back into the 9 EMA. Right back into this resistance, prior resistance, going to act like a support. Now we've already made it down there. The only question is, now do I go and cash my MSFU because I'm back down below the 35s there, really starting to come down and seeing trades all around start to pull back in the tech game. This is the exact look that we wanted to see. Talked about yesterday how I wanted to see NVIDIA back at where? At 220s, baby. The exact action that we wanted to look for overnight happened, and we got the drop in NVIDIA back to the weekly levels. So it's going to be a fun day here because there's a lot of trading action to talk about, a lot of setups. And wow, oh wow, did Microsoft just continue to push. Let's see if this can continue to push down here. And we can have some great trades on. Of course, you guys know I've been long Gilead, continuing to hold Gilead. Now trading up there in this pre-market, up there towards around the 139, 145, 140.57 on the offer right now. If it can get above that 140 level, we're talking over $600, close towards the 4 digits. Let's see if we can get that today. All right, let's get to some trading action. We're going to quickly go to, of course, the playbook. We'll talk about some sunrise comments, and then we'll get to our traders. So let's go ahead. Let's first get to the action here with a little bit of some trading action and what you could be looking for. Okay, so the playbook action, of course, one of the ones that I want to look for is Micron on the pullback, right? Because now we're getting this opportunity where this stock was just hot. And I was talking about this last night. And where could you guys get this, of course? Well, the market intelligence brief, of course. We'll talk a little bit more about that, and I'll show you guys it so you guys don't think I'm cherry picking. But looking to see this pull back right back into the 9 EMA, right into the 950 areas, and that would be a nice looking buy for me in Micron, right? So we'll see what happens there in Micron. Another name that was doing really good yesterday that I'd keep the eyes on is PWR. It's already pulling back to the 700, so would love to see this below 700s to try to get an opportunity to jump in the party. But this is engineering and construction. This is a industrial name. And like I mentioned yesterday, would we start to see the names that were strong in the first part of the year be strong in the last part of the year, right? So the strength got a little bit of a pocket, right? It fell into a little bit of a pullback, but now we're seeing the strength come back, and that's the AI data center play, right? You guys were hearing mentions yesterday, even talking in the chat, talking about opticals. I turn on Fox News. What do we see? Oh, there's some more optical conversation. And now they're saying that it's now the AI trade, right? Well, that's just how it goes, guys. And of course, where can you guys get this first? Right here on Trade the Pool, of course. That's what I do best. Keep up with the themes. And we're going to keep on knocking on it, guys, because there's more trades that we can talk about here and more setups, right? And we can talk also about kind of the Mag 7 profit-taking rotation into hardware, build-outs, right, for the AI trade, energy. It seems to be hot. We'll see if the XLE can continue as it's just on the brink of what? the highs. And where could you guys have gotten this? Right here. We drew this trend line and talked about this bull flag on the day of the 59, talking about how we could get to the 60s and then could take off into the 63 area. And now we're seeing that continued push in oil. USO, of course, now starting to push to 131. Gave you guys this yesterday of how this could start to push into the 140s, potentially even 150s, and that would really throw a wrench in things. But we're seeing the trade on. I'm giving you guys trades every single day, so don't stop hitting those likes, hitting the subscribe, and doing us all a favor, hitting that share button so that we can continue to keep growing. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about the action. And then Wedo was the real monster. And Shah, you saw it. I tried to take that monster down too. So we don't stop, whether it be from pennies to USO to the overall market. We cover it all right here on Trade the Pool. All right, let's really quickly talk about just some highlights in the Sunrise report. Of course, the 30-year Treasury is closed above the 5.3 for the first time since June of 2007. And this is when you start to see what the good old Trumpster get a little bit scared, right? Because now we're really starting to break the TLT. If you look at it in like a going back outlook, right? You can go back in time. You can see we've been here in the past, but we haven't really broken this. And now we're really putting in a hard another level down. This is when you start to see the softening of course, Trump. So watch to see comments, watch to see a little bit of a pivot action. That's what I will be calling right now before the market even opens. So we'll look to see if we get those comments. But for right now, the Treasury is going to be driving looks to the downside. This is another reason why we could see the market continue to pull back today. All right, we'll talk more about that action. Let's talk a little bit about some micro action out there. Of course, Iran coming back and the buffer is gone. So de-escalation, the trade that had carried the trade in August, of course, kind of going back and forth, right? President Trump signaling the intent to inflict further economic pain on Iran. So there you have it, the back and forth action. And like I mentioned, oil was the lead sign. It was telling us that this resolution wasn't coming anytime soon. And then we'll take a look here at some pre-market movers. This morning, Fabrinet down 5%, beat and raise, got sold anyways. Didn't matter. We'll talk a little bit more about the numbers, but this is why I tell you guys all the time, it doesn't matter if you beat, raise, even destroy expectations. The truth is that, hey, if you report on the bad days, this is what usually happens to you, right? Like, it's all about environment. And if you can report on a good day, you could see your bar lift like Meta did on its reporting day. But we're going to continue talking about that Mag 7 turnaround and the trade that we were talking about yesterday, right here. And who gave you guys potentially Meta to the downside yesterday, right? Well, take a look at that chart. That says it all, my friends. That right there is as telling of a sign as it can be. And where are you guys getting this? No other place, right? Who was calling the mags to the downside yesterday? You guys tell me, because I don't think there was many out there, right? All right, we're going to keep going. We'll see what happens out there. We'll be getting on Michael in just a second here. I'm not seeing him in the back here. I think he might be having issues, but it might just be me. I know I've been having some issues. Well, yeah, I don't even see him. So, oh, there he is. There he is. He's on the other side. He's on the other side of the scroll bar here. Michael Noss, let's bring him on here. How we doing, Michael?
I'm here. Oh, I've been here. I've been here and listening.
I'm ready to take some Dayquil, give some to Trump, and we can go hang out, man.
The gremlins continue to be in the machine. Seems to be the way it's going, but yeah, a little gap down today. Sadly, just back inside the range that we were so happy that we might finally be cleared to good, and now we're back in it. So that's unfortunate. So what? NVIDIA earnings? Maybe? Is that where we're finally going to pick a direction, clear out? I don't know. And
I mean, we have to digest a little bit, right? We have to digest.
Yeah. seeing the huge relative underperformance again in the Qs, right? So it's just this is what you watch for, right? RSP not even really gapping down, flat on the day, not even moving. IWM, same thing, not a huge move there, nothing really crazy. And then, right, this is 30-minute chart, just FYI. So this is all the pre-market action for IWM. Here's all the pre-market action for the RSP. This is just an equal weight version of 2,500 stocks out there, which are just doing fine. And then the Qs, we got to remember, it's just 100 names. And that's what's bleeding again. So beauty of it is you don't need to be some sort of crazy technician to just see, right? Qs never got close to their all-time highs. SPY made it through its all-time highs. RSP never pulled back. It was just making our all-time high after all-time high every single day. And IWM, right? It didn't really pull back too much either, breaking through all-time highs before everything else. So it's just been the tail of the tape. It's what we've been seeing for months now. Again, not a hidden secret to the market, right? Every technician that I know has been talking about this for months and months because, we had a big chat about relative strength yesterday. And this is, I think, one of the main benefits of it, especially for new traders, is that it's not hard. You don't need a whole bunch of analysis experience. You don't need, crazy indicators and, this AI fancy red, green, whatever. You're just saying, okay, you pick an anchor point, generally a major high, an all-time high, an all-time low, year-to-date performance, whatever you want to do it as. Price points make more sense than just absolute returns because absolute returns could hide beta, where if you're just saying, okay, how close is the thing to its all-time highs, then you can get a really good understanding of what's doing better and what's doing worse. The SPY is at new all-time highs, been cranking a new all-time highs day after day. IWM is at new all-time highs. RSP is at new all-time highs. And Q's never got there. So the obvious thing, the obvious trade has been be underweight or avoiding big cap tech and be in the everything trade. How long ago did XLV, and if you look at like healthcare, how long ago did this thing hit a new all-time high if you compare it, right? We hit an all-time high in XLV all the way back here in June. So now you had 2 months notice that where were we in June? Right? We were right in this area, failing to make an all-time high in the Qs. So you had a real long time, a whole lot of notice that this rotation was happening. And there's really nowhere to hide from it. It's just the way it exists. The question we always need to ask ourselves is, where is the rotation next? If you miss this one, hopefully you've learned from it, because that's the main goal, right? You can miss the thing and then just go, okay, well, next time when I'm looking around, I'm going to just try to buy the strong stuff and try not to buy the weak stuff. And what's next? I don't know. I don't know if the rotation is just going to come right back into tech. It could. We have not seen evidence of that yet because we have, again, IWM, all-time highs, RSP, all-time highs, Qs, not even close. So I think what you would see if that relative strength is going to kick back in the other direction is just the opposite of that. Doesn't necessarily mean SPY needs to go down, but what you might see is you might see the Qs start to leak up and maybe it hits a new all-time high where the SPY just moves sideways. That's another way to do it. Again, make sure you're staying away from absolute performance for relative strength. I see this so much where they're like, well, this stock's up 2% and that stock's up 1%. So the stock up 2% is relatively strong. No, not necessarily. Could just mean it's higher beta, right? Could just mean it's a stock that goes up more when the market goes up and a stock that goes down more when the market goes down. So you have to really kind of separate yourself, which is why, again, all-time highs, that type of thing. Now, what about day traders? Well, day traders should be looking at the exact same thing. Do I want to buy the thing that's beaten up the most that day? Well, if I'm a revision to the mean trader, maybe. If I want to be a relative strength person, I can simply go through and sort how many of the individual sectors or names that I'm watching are breaking out to new highs of the day while the market is not. So if I have 2 charts up on my screen and I see the SPY not hitting a new high and I see my chart hitting a new high, well, then I know it's relatively strong. Vice versa. If I'm looking for relatively weak names, if the SPY is cranking and then my individual stock is breaking down to new lows, that's a relatively weak name. And just by doing this, you're just keeping yourself on the right side of trends. You're keeping yourself, very simply put, where money is flowing. And I just think the last long term, the last, say, 3 months, almost a quarter, has been a perfect lesson in insanely in your face, like slapping you every day, obvious, hey, be in the every stock. Don't be in the NASDAQ. And again, I'm not saying what's going to happen next. I don't know what's going to happen next. No one knows what's going to happen next. But when you see it again, just make sure you're utilizing it and make sure you're trading off of it. At some point, you're going to see sector, I don't know, what, IBB? That's the one we bought recently. So you're going to see IBB crank to new highs, which is right, hit a new all-time high yesterday. At the same time, if you look at what's happening, so here's IBB. So this is biotechs. Sorry, I have to reset up our little snafu yesterday, cleared this list. But yeah, so IBB hit a new all-time high yesterday. And then if you compare that to the SPY, that sold off a decent bit yesterday. It's very simple relative strength, right? Biotechs are doing better than these other names. And again, you can just go through and very easily sort lists. And that's the thing that I love about relative strength that's been studied a lot. It is a persistent mechanism in the market that will always have to exist as long as money's flowing around in the market, which is all we're trying to do, is follow money flow. And it becomes real simple. Anchor your point. Buy the stuff that's hitting new all-time highs. Avoid the stuff that's not. Quickly, someone mentioned, am I excited about the NASDAQ 24-hour trading? Oh, yeah. You better believe it. I'm currently working on just shrinking all the time frames of my trades, anything I have on a weekly chart, moving it to a daily chart, anything on a monthly, so on and so forth. Because, yeah, if you missed it, they're going for approval for the SEC to allow, I think it's 23-hour trading technically. They're going to kind of do what futures do, where I think they close for 1 hour a day and do like all of their paperwork and all that kind of stuff then, and then open back up. But I think it's going to be great. And one thing you can always already do over at Trade the Pool is you can do 24/5 trading. I know more and more brokers are allowing it as well, and the boats exchange, Blue Ocean something Texas or something like that. But yeah, it's something you can do here. It's something you can do more often. So it's just natural that the NASDAQ's going to be losing a lot of order flow to these different exchanges. So they gotta wake up. They gotta get going 24/7. It's coming. It's coming real soon.
All right, and we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's get to Airplane Jane and take a look at how she sees the market.
Great day, guys. I'm sorry about the EV Max issues yesterday, but hopefully it's all fixed today. I am 100% in agreement with Michael as far as it is tech stock selling off. You've seen it too. The Mag 7, I was talking about it last week. If we go below 69, that is our threshold for the sell-off. Now we're hitting my 33 exponential. We could have a bounce here. We could see that we do have a recovery before NVIDIA. However, I am seeing 2 out of 7 names with selling for the Mag 7. So with NVIDIA, that is one of the green names above 210.18. This is continuing higher, and the other is going to be Apple. Those are the 2 bullish out of the 7 for the Mag 7. This is just barely bullish above 305.80. Now, Meta, Google, Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon all have sell-offs going on, which makes sense for the Mag 7 to be pulling back. Now, with the inverse indicators, right, I do look at SPXS, I look at SQQQ, SRTY, and SDOW. Those are the inverse indicators of the SPY, QQQ, IWM, and DIA. Right now, the only two that are giving me a sell-off are going to be the SPY with the tech heavy and also the Qs. As Michael was saying, we didn't see that the Qs hit new highs. However, that tech lift brought us up with the broader market as well as RSP hitting new all-time highs. RSP still showing buying. And right now, I am not seeing that the fear is there. Even though we still have the dollar dropping, oil, gold, and silver rising, we are not at a place where people are buying puts to hedge their positions just yet. It is simply the tech sell-off that is happening. It is a name of where is that money going. I was just about to look into where some of those bigger trades have been coming in. I'll check that out once we get into our broader chat and bring that to you guys. But right now, it does look like those smaller names, the Russell is still having the strength to continue to drive higher. The RSP, broader market as well. It's simply that tech heavy that is where they're trimming their positions. One name actually that I'm looking at for a longer term, which I really like, I see some bigger money has come into it down below, is actually AI. So we are talking about the AI trade, but we have 4 quarters that are down below at 889 after earnings. This looks like a nice spot where this could continue to rise higher. So that is an AI name that I am checking out. We could potentially double on that one. So right now, I agree, it is a tech sell-off. Where are we going? That's where our research and indication of seeing these charts move, the bigger money is where we need to look. It's not a panic scenario. However, we are seeing that the SPY and the Qs are having a bit of a downward turn. Overall, the market is still bullish, but the Mag 7, only 28%, looks like they're going to be advancing at this time. So that means 72% to the downside.
It's funny you say it's not a panic, whereas I think we need to go. I think our producer's there. I think it's funny you say it's not a panic because if you see a lot of panic on like Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it now, and you can just tell those are people who are big weighted into tech. You know, you go through their timelines like, oh, I see why this has been unfortunate for you, because all they've been talking about is the AI trade. They've been talking about the tech kind of thing. And you know, again, as the CMT, I'm sure I'm supposed to be saying, oh, technical analysis is great for everything and can predict the future and blah, blah. But no, but what it's amazing for is moments like this in the market where, again, you didn't need a CMT to see everything rocketing to new highs for months, and the Q's just not able to get going at all. And again, 6 months is the average rotation time. It can happen obviously faster. It can obviously happen slower. But in all the tests, it's roughly 3 to 6 months, which does, you know, it's not an arbitrary time. That makes a lot of sense if you think about it. That's roughly 1 to 2 quarters of price action. And we're about 2 months into this rotation where, you know, if you missed it, then sorry, but it might be at the close to an end, which means it's time to spend your time looking for the next one. You know, if there's going to be another rotation come in, that's a great use of your time, is to kind of go under the hood and take a look and say, oh, well, okay, what sector do I think it's going to be next? Could be a rotation right back. That would be probably the best for the market overall, if we're just going to rotate back into tech stocks and all that kind of stuff, because they are the largest market cap names out there. But who knows? And, you know, it might be something that no one's even expecting or talking about or whatever. And I think you'll, you know, I don't know, retail, does retail? Yeah, maybe. But it's like, you'll see it in the charts first. And an easy way to do it is there sectors that start cranking new all-time highs before the Qs do? And you don't need to be fancy with it, just like you didn't need to be fancy with this last rotation. If you looked at XLV making new highs and biotechs making new highs and finance making new highs, where the Qs hasn't done anything for months, you go, okay, well, that's the area that I want to spend my time focusing on. So just, you know, I'm just trying to give people tips on how to find them. Is just a nice, simple scan, I think, is the easiest way to do it. Make a list of ETFs once a night. It should take you like 10 minutes. Just go through the list and find the ones that are closest to all-time highs. If you have a scanner, like I know Mitch's probably TC 2000 can do it, that have, proximity to 52-week highs or proximity to all-time highs or something, that'd be another way to kind of speed up your life. But you're just going through a list of ETFs is, I think, a simple enough tool to get you started.
You don't need any of that. You just come right here. What did I talk about yesterday, Michael?
A bunch.
Before
the market
opened. Before the market opened.
We can be the scanners.
Yeah, come
Before
hang
the
out.
market opened, take a look at the market intelligence brief that I have right here on the screen. I made this last night. I can't cheat. I can't lie. Right? It's right there in what we were looking at. The Mag 7 profit take. We talked about this literally before the gates opened yesterday. Right? Meta's down. Microsoft is down. Google's down. We're looking for the pullback. This is not the time to get scared. This is the time to be ready. This is why I was talking about yesterday how, it's been a good time, but now we get this opportunity, right? Now we need to be looking at what is really going to stay here, right? So don't forget, NVIDIA is a great opportunity here. I don't want everyone out there just singing that it's kind of like the end of tech here. Because the truth is, this is the exact opportunity that you should have been looking for. Right? If you played that first wave with us on the Qs going higher that we called the turn on Microsoft and we rode this wave higher, now it's time to start looking for what? 9 EMA attempts. That's exactly what we just did on the Qs, right? And what did we talk about yesterday? We're going back to early year leaders. So watch for the early year leaders, right? You're talking what? Your industrial trade, right? Your energy trade going higher, right? Healthcare holding on yesterday, right? So look to see those types of names still be that type of trade, right? And computer systems didn't have a bad day yesterday. It's going to gap down today because the overall market is gapping down, but is the trade trading well? Yes. So I think you start looking to see this new kind of regime, right? We can call them the mag semis because I think you focus on these names. You're going to focus on
Be the
NVIDIA,
miners instead of the mags.
AMD, Broadcom, Marvell, and then you have 4 there, right? And then you can maybe add ARM as another chip making component. Then I wanted to add SK Hynix and Micron. These are the new 7 to pay attention to. If those go down here in the next week, then yes, we can start getting bearish on tech. But if those just continue to work the way that the charts look on the longer term time frame, the weekly, the monthlies, they look awesome. So just continue to look at deeper time frames, looking for opportunities, and understanding that what we've seen is the trade go back to AI, not away from AI, back to AI. So even though we're getting this pullback in the Qs, what is this pullback mainly about? This pullback is mainly about the Mag 7 and pulling off, right? You can see it here, right? Clearly, I try to give this, and I try to give the perspective really, because I think this is what it's all about. Sometimes we just get really lost in kind of the outlook of what's going on, right? But if we look underneath the hood, we're going to see it that the XLI is right near all-time highs, right? Right near it, right? So look to see the stocks that did well in the beginning part of the year continue to do well. And another thing, I'll give it to you guys today because I don't think anybody's going to be talking about things. They're all going to be in kind of the bearish tune. Look for the turn and the twist on the TLT. Look for the Trump pivot today. Watch for the Trump pivot because now we're really starting to get to the headlines about the Treasury. And then once that starts to happen, that's when you start to see Trump usually turn, when the headlines turn. So watch for that action to happen. Yesterday, he was all like, oh, I'm super hard on Iran. Watch how he turns super soft today, right? So I'm looking for this action. I'm going to be positioned for it and taking trades here. So definitely take a look at the action and don't miss the market intelligence brief. And I don't think you can miss a show here because we've been on fire with these calls. So let's keep getting after it. Let's go make some more money.
I think what we're going to see is we're going to see rotation into some lower price stocks, like IAG, a materials stock. That one has a beautiful setup up above the bigger money at 1832. We also have Intel that has a nice setup as well. And so I think we're going to find some other names where they have the opportunity to grow to $100 from less than 100. So I think that's where we're going to see a lot of money rotate, because right now these tech names have had such big growth. Yes, everybody's buying them. They're in the ETFs. I'm not saying that people are going to stop buying them, but the money that's going into 401ks are likely going to continue. And if we are able to see ones like this, like the nice chart setup, it has potential growth and a nice, if this moves up to new highs up to 30, you're talking 12 points or 45%. That's got the bigger money behind it. And when we're looking at those sorts of names, that could be where they rotate their money. We're also seeing that the bond money the bonds are receiving more bigger money as well. We also have FOMC coming up in September. So is this positioning before FOMC? The end of August, we do tend to see some algorithm testing and quant testing. And if we look at the SPY, we see for the year that we are up, right? As long as we stay above 680, we're closing high. And do those big money managers want to continue to make growth happen for the big bonuses in their pocket? Yeah. So as long as we stay up higher, there's a great chance that we see all-time highs by the end of the year.
All right, guys. I think one conversation we definitely can have during the show is a conversation going on in the chat by Tyler Smith. We'll talk a little bit more about it during the show. We don't got to kick it off right here at the bell. But Tyler, don't worry. We'll talk a little bit about AI agents. I'm sure everybody saw Public's new announcement yesterday. So we'll talk a little bit more about AI agent trading and the age of AI trading is really kicking off, guys. So if you think it's just you think it's been here, well, get ready. It's just getting started. So things like this, Tyler, don't worry. You'll find out from plenty of people. But we'll talk a little bit more about it during the show. Let's get after it, guys. Enjoying my action right out the gates here. Trying to sell some of Gilead here. If I can get some up to the 141 here. Of course, I'm up over $700 on this name, so just trying to get some out here a little bit above the offer here towards the gates. Let's see if I can get that. Sell out about a little bit over half of the position and take, a good portion out of it, then look to see if I can get a little bit more, right? At this point, I'm willing to take some off. Up over $700. Can't be mad about this trade. And you guys heard about this trade all throughout. It's been a 12-day hold right here. I mean, hey, it's up to you guys, right? This is what I do. This is what I'm going to continue doing. Q's rebounding, just to speak on that.
Interesting rip down off the open and then pump after that on the SPY and the Qs, which is interesting. Also, we already got Trump awake, maybe. I'm seeing some tweets from Walter Bloomberg. It's early morning. No Iran talks. Naval blockade continues in all caps. So that's a early man.
Watch
he's gonna be
to see the 10 a.m. turnaround.
Watch
to see the 10 a.m. turnaround on those comments.
Well, just get him. Let him sleep in a little longer. Maybe he'll wake up a little bit nicer.
All right, guys, looking to see if Microsoft, at least MSFU, can keep going down and break down through the lows. Microsoft pushing down there towards the pre-market support, and that's a trade on I've had and held throughout the night. Now it's been 3 days holding that. I'm up over 7% on Microsoft short. Let's get after it. Let's go and flush it, Microsoft. Flush it right back down. Because the thing is, you got to look at the charts sometimes. I told you guys yesterday, Microsoft's chart does this all the time. Literally all the time. So I had to take the shot there. Gilead struggling a little bit to hold the little peak right now. So at this point, might take some gains here and then just take the pressure off me, right? Because that's the thing. Sometimes you got to just take the pressure off. Some of that is sometimes just securing some cash here. So at this point, might just secure some cash. Look to see if this can hold and push right back up towards the 141. Come on. Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit here.
So far, if we look here at the SPY versus the Qs, only 3 minutes into the day, but the SPY's trying to hold the pre-market lows and the Q's right down below it, right? So just like I talked about this morning, you can anchor to different high and low points to see whether or not tech is out or underperforming. And right, you can just take a look at that. And then if you take a look at the RSP, not only well below pre-market lows, actually up from the open and up on the day. So that makes me want to go and look at FinViz here and see, yeah, we're getting more new highs than new lows. So most stocks doing just fine. Tech stocks, not so much. So make sure you're looking at it. If you're having a real bad day, then right, maybe tech stocks aren't the move today. Now, again, a few minutes in the day, this rotation could go in.
Quick rundown here. Energy, healthcare, defensives, real estate, communication services, and then utilities, financial services in the green from the open. So if you're looking for green, that seems to be in energy and healthcare as the two main leading sectors today. Defenses, of course, getting the lift. Why? The uncertainty in tech, right? So you can maybe try to hedge with those types of plays. Basic materials also leading the downside action from the open, not necessarily tech. So basic materials also pulling back with tech here. Industrials also pulling back. That's something to watch for as you get SpaceX down today. Of course, it already did a gap down. It's down about 4.5%. Be careful with that as it starts to pull back. We'll look to see if we can see some of industrials turn back to the upside by the end of the day. Cyclical is also pulling back. Of course, retail names, big a part of that. So I'm going to be watching healthcare, defensives, and of course, you can continue to ride the energy party. USO still looks like an opportunity here. It's lagging. So, I mean, it's been a great opportunity. We'll look to see if oil can turn today. That would be a good sign. That would mean Trump may be turning on his comments, right? I've been thinking about just following oil. Forget Trump. Just follow the oil. The oil hasn't lied to us. It was starting to go up before all this conversation really kind of kicked off. And the XLE was really showing us signs of strength while he was saying, oh, there was like this deal on the side going on. It's like, come on, man. This is not telling me deal.
And I wanted to bring to the table as well, Weedo. That is the low float runner, less than 1 million, and pretty much it's pulling back a bit today.
Jane,
were you trading that earlier?
Yesterday. You were here yesterday, but we had some charting issues, some platform issues.
Oh, no.
Right? And then someone in the chat was like, I can't get into this Weedo. I want to get in. So I just clicked the buy button and it starts rocketing. But yeah, definitely let's say the ice cream flavor of the day in the penny stock world is going to continue to be that Weedo.
For now, it looks like they have sold it. So careful on that one. It came 62 cents short of $50. So they might have some heavy sellers up there.
Good action trade here. Microsoft starting to bounce back a little bit here. The Qs are actually looking like they want to hold a little bit here today. And I think, it's kind of interesting. I think you're going to get a little bit of a shake this morning. I think what matters more is not the morning. It's going to be the afternoon today. Because I think there's way too much panic on the street here with the tech names. So I think you'll have, of course, dip buyers thinking that they can just come really quickly into it. So I think you could see an expanded range and just continuing to chop between the bottom and the top, ping-ponging, right? So let's see if we can get out of those ranges. Let's say push through pre-market high or really start closing below kind of the pre-market low. And pre-market low's already been crushed, but we had a wick there on the first 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get back through 719 on the downside.
Micron as well having a nice bit of a reversal.
I'm continuing to watch Gilead chopping all around, but healthcare doing really well now. Almost up a full % is healthcare. So I feel like that's definitely a trade that's doing really well. and could be a trade that holds all day. Eli Lilly being one of those names, drug manufacturers leading the action, and not a single industry in the red for healthcare. That's the tell sign, right? When you have all green light go in healthcare. So where's the money rotating to? Could we see it shift to some healthcare?
Could be, right? Healthcare has been the leader forever, though. So I kind of want, I don't know if this is just like a boredom thing, but I kind of want someone new to perk up.
The XLV, I mean,
dramatically outperforming. Yeah. It's been
let's stay with the strength. XLV, XLI, XLE. Especially the XLE. I mean, the XLE's been...
Real estate's interesting too here, XLRE. If you just look at the chart, it's been basing right up this high.
Have you ever traded that often, Michael? You know, that's the one thing that I think, traders don't talk about these too often. Because everyone wants to talk about your NVIDIA, right? And
yeah, you're not going to get a 50% rip in like a REIT. But it's like, if you can, give you a handful of 10% trades throughout the year, and you're a happy camper.
You need to start having a boring newsletter. The boring trade of the week.
Well, there's a lot of dividend guys out there too. But you got to think it's all about risk adjusted return. So yeah, you're not going to make 50, 100% in your REIT, but you're not going to lose 50, 100% in your REIT. A good trade is going to be 5%, maybe 10, and a bad trade is going to be 1 to 2% down. So you can either use margin or leverage vehicles, things like that. I know Crow's probably already typing a whole list of leverage vehicles to trade them in. Yeah, just don't, I would rather be in a boring trade that's making a couple percentage points than to be in cash where you're getting paid like next to nothing. Even if you've got a pretty good broker, they're going to pay you 4% maybe. And if you can be in and out of a real estate trade and make 10%, then great. But yeah, it's hard to, I just looking at this chart, I'm like, man, it's just basing right against these old all-time highs. Just been hanging out here for some time. And then you could just find something with some beta under the hood. So there's not Rocket Labs, there's the Rocket Mortgage or Rocket Companies. I think that's one, right? I'm in some open, just full disclosure, right? I bought that, I think on stream or right after. I'm in from pretty much right here, hasn't moved. But so there might be some beta plays that you can play and get a little bit of juice on it. But this would be, obviously a bet that interest rates are going to either come down or not go up the way they were expected. I think either of those would work out. But I'm just looking at this and saying, hey, it's looking nice base right at prior all-time highs, which is kind of technically perfect. Come back to all-time highs, you base around for there a little bit, and then you start to pop up. So I got a short here and an AMLX, whatever this guy is. It's just a gap fade kind of a play. Geez, what a strong name this thing is though, from $1 to $30 and pretty close to a straight line there.
Here's a mover today, guys. FSIL still moving around and
fuel cell
pretty fast there. Yeah, so that's a good mover right now, up to towards 24 from the 2150s. If you're looking for a trade out there, that one's an interesting one, showing me up on my scanners. And the daily pattern is pretty here. This is a daily recovery, and it's an energy name. I'd like to see, of course, different names, like some kind of beta names get stronger today, like FLNC and Bloom Energy kind of go up today. If that's happening, then maybe we can play these. But just to mention one that I see out there that is trying to make a move today, FSIL. And the daily chart looks good. It ran right into the resistance. Let's see if it reloads and starts to keep going. Really doesn't look bad on the chart. All right, Q's right at that 720 area, that 721 area. Let's see if it puts in a 5-minute wick here, or does it put in a close above 722s?
So
that's going to be your tell sign.
A little SPY off the open here, so
look, already you're seeing Q's trying to make their way back, right? So What happened?
I took a short on Weedo and now I'm long, risking the
Nvidia's
profit that I
coming
had.
right back. This is the one that I wanted to buy, but I need to kind of get out of some trades first. I need to cash some trades so that I can go use that money.
Yeah, that's it.
You know how it is but I can't. It's hard to run for the money if the money keeps getting bigger.
Oh, that's true. But yeah, it's let it run, right?
It's opportunity cost, but the opportunity cost is only a cost if you're not making more money, right? But if you're making more money, then I mean, the opportunity costs outweigh itself, right? Because do I see trades out there right now that I could take? Oh yeah, without a doubt. But my trades I keep doing well. So at this point, maybe the Microsoft trade is the one that I could take off, but I'm giving the chance for the Qs to do this exact move. Look at that. Look at that, guys, on the Qs. I don't have the 5 minute. I might have to pull up my other chart because I don't like to use the 5 minute here on the trading off of it. But on my side chart, I had it already set there. So let's go to a 5 minute chart here to show you that real quick.
People talk about is that doing?
Yeah, well, it dropped down. I rocked a nice little short off of it. And then let's see.
Chat mentioning it there.
It's a robotic name. That's really what it is. WeTor Robotics. WeTor Robotics. That's what it is here, guys. Oh, and it did the classic 1-for-100 split before it took off. That's called the classic manipulation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what good companies need to do to stay
awake.
Well, you're a good company if you have to do that to stay listed on the stock exchange. That's how.
Right.
436
exactly
is the top for this.
That's how. And again, for people, I guess we always get new people here, but the reason a company does a split like this is because if you're not over $1, you get kicked off the NASDAQ onto the pink sheets, which is like the ultimate, you're about to go under. So they have to do these reverse splits, but it's basically signaling the market and saying, hey, we got no way to make our stock worth more than $1 just by being a good company. So we have to do this kind of reverse. And that's why sometimes you can scroll back on a chart. You can see that the high of that is American Rebel still exists. Hold on. AREB is that?
Oh, yeah.
We'll just pick on that. Oh, it does. So this is a perfect one. I'll bring up this chart on TradingView because it's split adjusted. If you ever look at a company like this
Willie.
And you scroll way out, oh man, TradingView broke the access can't hold the amount of zeros here. But if you ever look back and you say, man, was this company ever worth $500 million a share? No.
Nope.
So what happens is every time they get under $1, the NASDAQ writes them a letter and says, you've got to get your stock over $1. We're kicking you off the exchange. They do a reverse split. If you're a good company, you just make money or like a cool product or something like that. And then you get listed, you get uplisted that way. But yeah, I love how if you scroll out on American Rebel far enough, it breaks. Oh, there we go. I think that's like 16 billion.
I still feel some attachment to that company.
Right?
They still owe me at least some beers.
Well, listen, buy it here at 16 cents and then sell it when it gets back to its all-time high of $16 billion a share. And then
just wait for them to do the next split.
Yeah, well, they have to, right? So it's going to be on the way. And they just did one back here. They just did one
guys.
A little bit ago.
So I rocked the long. My trailing stop took me out. And now I want to take it back down to the downside. It's been fun today, Weedo.
Sound the alarm. Gilead's going through that 141. I'm holding here. Let's get it. $874 here, guys. You guys see the percentage down here. That's because I try to hide myself from it. But here it is, guys. You see it there on the screen there. $894 now in this trade on Gilead. Over $17,000 in it. And then Microsoft, it's an interesting one. It's less than $2,000, yet making me like 118, 120, right? Just goes to show you guys, you don't need to always over leverage. Don't need to always use a whole bunch of money. If I use the same amount of money in Microsoft overall, it'd be a lot more position exposure, right? So I do like these vehicles. These are not the leverage ones. These are the daily ones. Jane. I don't know how you feel about them, like the daily direction ones that are just kind of a lower price version of the underlining ticker itself, right? And so I think those are really interesting to kind of use versus the leverage ones. There's 900. Let's go. Let's see if we can get to 4 digits today and take some
Nice
profits.
job. What's Micron doing? I was in a quick Micron long earlier. Is it
IBB
reversed?
about to break
There
the
we go.
highs here. That's the other look there that I think is really helping this. You got names like VRTRX that are doing really good. I mean, this thing pulled back on the earnings, and I thought this was such a really nice opportunity. Look at the 9 EMA right there. Come right back into play. Cup and handle. Can you drink on this cup and handle? Man, this one makes me want to go make a coffee. That's how good it is. That's a nice cup and handle pattern there. So look for all these. They're looking so. I mean, Regeneron, right, is another one that I gave just a little while back. Look how Regeneron's been, right? It was sleepy, but ever since like a week or two ago, really has taken off. And then holding the 9 EMA tells you more and more the strength is on out there, guys. All right, you guys seeing anything else? Q's now taken down right back to that 719. So there you have it.
I think someone just they put Trump right back to bed after that tweet. I was just looking through. I nothing else. Are like, sir, today's not the day. RSP, however, you can see this one positive on the day, holding positive throughout the day, hasn't really ever dipped negative, and then the SPY trying and just again switch between these two to figure out whether it's tech or it's most things. SPY looks like it's just about to roll back over, and then the RSP is holding up strong. So under the hood, you're seeing XLV, strongest sector out there. This thing's just, again, rocketing to all-time highs. Biotechs, like Mitch was just talking about, going as well. Finance going, and then what's on the bottom, right? We got the Qs. So the poor Qs just can't seem to get it going, which I am totally okay with if that lasts forever. But I know there's a lot of people that won't be. With SMH down 4%. Pretty nasty day.
We're going to get a push on the Qs now. Micron's about to run back up to 976, I think.
Well, that's what we need to kind of lift all boats, right? If you want it to
SRAM
be a
as
broad
well.
market rally, you need those things.
Watch for the chop.
SMDK.
That's what I'm calling for. Watch for those chops. Look at the wicks. The wicks are tricks. Tricks are for kids. Don't stay stuck inside the range. The Qs is telling us something. It's trying to chop you. It's trying to catch the shorts. It's trying to catch the longs. I think literally whoever's trading the Qs right now is just getting chopped around. Even if you're a bear, right? Even if you're a bear, you're trading it right now. Are you really winning? No, because look where the opening price was, right? So chopping around on the Qs is what I see. Wait till the range gets expanded, right? And a close outside of it. Like we got that wick up there to 722s. I'm sure people were buying on that wick on the Qs. And they're like, oh, I got this. Up. Nope, I don't.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
Right
it's
here?
the mental.
Right there,
it's the mental game that they play, right?
And then right here, the bears are like, oh, no, I got it. and nope. What is it trying to do? So the market tries to get you to outsized real quickly. Once you're outsized, what happens? Smallest directional move, you get stopped out, right?
Well,
happens to so many traders out there, right? That's why you always need to understand the range. You always need to understand the average true range so that you can get outside of that volatility. The volatility right now is just chopping up the traders.
Well, it's why, so many traders I know move to swing trading and longer term trading because they just don't ever have to look at or deal with that stuff anymore. And even day traders that I know that used to trade off 1 minute charts now just look at like 15s instead. Because if you're looking at a 15-minute candle, well, you only have one candle so far today, so you're just probably sitting there and still observing action after that. The Q's just hovering right at its lows. SPY doing a little bit better, and RSP right near its highs.
Just got it in my ear.
Widow.
Yeah.
Widow.
out
Road.
the widow maker
The widow.
for the accounts.
Yeah, new high ticking there. Trying to get, man, pre-market high isn't that far below us, considering how fast this thing moves.
Looking good there, Gilead. Looking really good. MSFU. Let's go. Let's break down. Looking around to see what else is kind of holding in here. Let's take a look to see if the XLI can start making its comeback. Really looking at the sectors here for you guys to just kind of tell you guys what's actually holding. Energy, of course, holding well. Communication services, financial services, cyclicals coming back a little bit. Tech is actually last 5 minutes, 0.1 green. Still not green on the open. I think that's what you watch to see, really. You're still just kind of chopping around there. Utilities have gone back to green, and healthcare is really leading now, up 1.03%. So the leader definitely in healthcare today. Drug manufacturers, the big ones, medical care devices like Abbott Labs, perfect example here. Abbott Labs, ABT. You see how that's strength? That's called sector-wide momentum, not only industry momentum. So what does that give us potentially the chance to do? Literally close your eyes and throw a dart at healthcare. Right? Like, tell your cat to pick.
Yesterday.
Tell your cat to pick.
Your cat walks
dude.
on the screen.
Like, that's how it is. That's why I love sector and industry momentum, right, Michael? Because this is what I mean by the market doing the heavy lifting, right? The market's lifting these stocks. If you have a position like I am in Gilead, like Michael has healthcare positions, you just like kind of sit back and you're just like, okay, just keep going. I won't tell you to stop. Right? And it's not one name. And I think it's important, guys. I try to tell you guys this all the time because I'm showing you guys this. And look, like we go to the drug manufacturers, right? We pull up the top names. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 stocks until we got one in the red from the open. So what does that give you the chance to do? Throw the dart. You know what I mean? You're not so stuck. You're not so, but which one do I choose? Is it Gilead? Is it Amgen? Is it AZN? Is it NVS? No, it's the whole sector. The tide is coming in and lifting the boats. I hope you guys are learning from this because this is the number one edge that I can teach you guys.
Yeah, it's, again, very well studied. Roughly 70% of the move of the stock that you're in has to do with the sector that it's in. Right? There's very rarely to ever a world in which, everyone hates real estate, but yet you're making a ton of money in real estate stocks. Again, it can happen, right? There can be 1, 2 names bucking trends, of course, but it's generally speaking not that. It's generally speaking, if you're going to have a huge move, that most of that comes from whatever sector is contained in. It's why, again, most CMTs do top-down analysis. It's just super common. It's like everyone, right? You do the overlying market.
Learn from the best, man.
Right?
Learn from the best, right? I always
Get
say,
ready for that
why
10
not
o'clock change
why
potentially
not be
here.
an institutional style trader at a retail desk? And that's what I try to do, right? That's what I try to tell myself to be, right? Not a retail. I want to act like the institutions, but I want to be more nimble than they are and looking for money rotation. That's literally what it is, right? And rolling with the flavor, right? If it's healthcare, let's go trade healthcare. We don't need to be with everybody crying in technology, right? So, hey, understand you don't need to be stuck to one area. There's always a flavor of ice cream that's available to you.
And there's only so many days that everything is going to go up. It's just the nature of the beast.
Yep. And you just gotta adapt. And yeah, that's why I don't like when people go, I'm a growth stock investor or I'm a tech enthusiast investor. I'm like, why? Why not just be I'm a guy who likes things that go up investor? Like, I don't, would I rather it be when SanDisk is tripling and quadrupling all the time? Yeah. But if it's just going to be that real estate's going to move 5%, I'll be that investor. That's better than, that's better than anything else. And yeah, it just ends up being this world where if you end up pigeonholing yourself into, just like same with people saying, oh, I'm a day trader or I'm a swing trader. It's like, and why? Like I bought a bunch of SPY today because there's a system told me to. I mean, that's always what I do. What a system told me to. If this thing ripped and like closed the gap, even though I'm supposed to hold it for like 2-3 days, it'd be a day trade for me. I'd take a big chunk of that profit and move on. Not saying it's gonna happen, but if it did, so I don't look at it. And now we're seeing more and more. So again, the Nasdaq went to the SEC yesterday and said we want to allow 24-hour trading. Then
December, right?
Yeah, well, assuming they get approved, which I think everything at the SEC now just gets approved, then this whole day trading, swing trading world is going to get very kind of muddly and messy. Where it's like, okay, well, why get out at an arbitrary time at 10 or 5 when the market doesn't even close that anymore? Why, look at a clock and then take a trade as well. Just automate your exit, have a trailing stop or something like that going, and go to bed, go live your life. It will just be.
Yeah, I think what they're going to need to change is the rules for like stops and after hours and pre-market and things like that. Because if they're going to go to 24 hours, then really, I mean, is there really an open at that point? What's really considered after hours, right? That kind of thing.
The question is, are they going to do? Are they going to do the auctions, right? So, it's shocking the amount of people that don't know this, but every day the market opens via an auction, and that's what the opening price is. And just for the
imbalances,
listeners,
right? Opening imbalances come into play with that.
Everyone sits around, and it's all digital now. But just think of a bunch of guys, sitting around a room and saying, "Oh, I think Apple is worth this price, and I think Apple is worth this," and then whatever that is, that ends up being that opening auction. So as long as that opening auction exists, you're going to get that flurry of orders kind of right off the open. But if they do away with that, or if the auction ends up being the official opening, which is going to be like 9 o'clock at night now, that's when everything's going to like super dramatically change. What
time is it in China when it's 9 o'clock at night? Just a thought on that.
Here,
I got you.
I got you,
Morning. Jane. I've actually done the research on this now.
Question: what time is it in China when it is 9 p.m. East Coast time?
China's
East Coast
huge.
time is
so
it starts.
You're not to specify where in China, right?
12
China's
hours,
bigger
so it's
than
9
the States.
a.m. Well,
so the markets open. Majority of Asian markets open around 9 to 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. Now, the one thing that I will give you guys, and I try to give you guys the edge, right? Because I've been literally taking these trades. You guys have seen these trades here. I found a pocket. It's in their, what they call their lunch session. Did you know that the Asian markets actually close for lunch? This is where I'm pissed off because, hey, NASDAQ, how about you actually close this for lunch so I can go take a lunch and not have to watch the market? Right? You could easily just close this for an hour and reopen us. It would be a really fun time to trade, right? But hey, this is what happens in the Asian markets that happens between that pocket of the 12 to the 1 a.m. slot. So what I've seen is that the trade a lot of the times will open up, make an opening drive at 9:30 and then pull back, kind of mean revert back. Then you'll see the real positioning happen throughout that time into that lunch period in the Asian markets. And then you see a drive overnight, right? So you can play these drives overnights and man, you can make a hell of a lot of money with such a small amount of, like, think about if you were shorting the Qs yesterday, right? How much did the Qs go down overnight? 4 points, 4 or 5 points, right? The smallest amount of share size can make you a lot of money. So take a look at these overnight trades. And don't forget that we have 24/5 right here, right? So it's not 24/7 just yet, but 24/5 is right here.
I would say start doing it now because later.
I'm with you.
Yeah, Like, just, start doing, you have to. And I've been pounding the table on this for years now, where it's like you have to get to the point in which you are getting decent at, or some sort of plan, or the ability to hold positions through this time, or something where it's, because the market's going to do it anyway. And the people who are just kind of sitting there and go, oh, I don't like this, and they're curmudgeons, you just get left behind by tech and by changes. I've seen it so much in the markets where, people are mad that something happens and then don't bother taking the time to adapt. So, come up with a way to, have alerts trigger stops or whatever it is, and, have a game plan, because it's coming, whether you like it or not. If you're mad about it, I'm sorry, but at some point,
Jesse's
getting
girl.
It's coming. It's on the way.
Jesse's
It's coming.
girl.
It's a good song, man. It's a good song. You can't beat the 80s. So I guess you can, but, it's still a good song. Anyway, I don't know. Have you guys mentioned Tesla today? Tesla's been an interesting one. I've done one trade. It was with Tesla long. And when it broke out,
Long.
it went out, it
Tesla.
went down, and then it went and stair-stepped up for like 15 minutes straight. It was beautiful to 340. So I waited for a pullback, went long. The pullback kept pulling back, so I averaged down a little bit, and then it finally went back in my favor. But Tesla's been an interesting one. Choppy, though, like the Qs, like you guys have mentioned. So, yeah. It's been
Yeah,
it's been a bit
guys.
of a
I mean,
fest.
I'm glad I told you guys, watch out for the 720 spot and the 719 spot, because if you look at the Qs, it looks like someone put a wall in between there, man. This is what I told you guys. Be careful for the first half hour, especially in the first hour of the day. This is let's make them make a whole bunch of trades and then we'll choose a direction type of day. So this is where I think the day traders always they just way too much gas pedal, right? They're just like, I need the move to happen right now. More than likely it doesn't.
I made money shorting Tesla. Hey man, good job. We both made money.
I love it. Love it. Always love to hear that. Like I always say, right? We can be on both sides and make money. There's nothing wrong, man.
They got him again. They got him. Oh, is he back? Hey, welcome back. Oh, maybe not. The gremlins in the stream. They're getting.
I don't know.
Everyone.
The gremlins are pulling me out. Are you guys able to hear me, or should I try to pop?
No, you're good.
You're
Sound
good
great
now?
to me.
Wow. The
All
gremlins.
Good.
They kept
They're coming after you.
Yeah, they are.
Nobody's spared. Nobody's spared.
No one's spared.
Yeah, back to the SPY, and just this is the type of markets that you want to avoid a bit, right? And again, some of it's the day, right? Some of it's part of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You are in August. The only big thing that's coming soon is Nvidia earnings, and that's like the 26th. So you still got a pretty ton of time there. It's like next week. You get Nvidia earnings, and that's
where I want to rotate to, man. I'm hoping to sell Gilead and buy Nvidia in the next week.
But Nvidia just never does anything interesting off earnings.
Yeah, but you gotta look at the weekly pattern, man. I sometimes try to tell myself like, yeah, but this time can be different, right? And what do I need to see? I need to see a big weekly candle, man. And that's what we got just 2 weeks ago. That's all we need, man. Now we just use those levels, right? Like Nvidia hasn't had a big weekly candle in a long time, especially one that
so
size.
Boring.
We're talking about, I can't see one on the chart, right? I can't literally see a weekly candle that big on the chart. That tells me something. That doesn't tell me it's boring anymore, Michael. That tells me that it's getting ready to wake up.
Good.
I'll tell you what needs to wake up is Sox L. Hello, down 14% right now.
Well, that's the gap down move, man. That's what happens if you play a leverage too often. And I'll tell you, Jesse, this is the lesson that if I can tell you, you want to do better, man, get away from all that leverage. That leverage, it'll get you, man. It'll get you. Remember that leverage is meant for fast trades. That's what I would just say. Like, it doesn't, maybe your fast trade is a whole day, right? Like, I'm not going to tell you what your time frame is, but the trade and the vehicle designed is for either hedging or fast trading. Would you agree, Michael, that that's what maybe the leverages are designed to do? Really?
Well, they'll degrade over time, but the good boy thing to do with them is just use them for lowering buying power. So, I had a system this morning that said, hey, here, buy the SPY, hold it for a couple days. I could have bought, let's make the numbers round, say it told me to buy $100,000 worth of SPY. I could have done that, but instead I bought $30,000 of SPXL. So my gain and loss is going to be very similar to the SPY, and I was able to tie up a third of buying power. So that's like the good boy thing to do with them, right? Is like I want to spread my bets more. I want to take a more controlled bet across different things. That's like the healthy, responsible thing. That's not what most people use them for, but that's what I think that's the pitch they gave them when they're like, yeah, this is why we made these things. Wasn't for
$5K with Soxel this morning, he says.
Nice. Good trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the chat is saying something, and I think you're saying something that agrees to what I'm saying here. He's saying he made 5K on Soxel this morning. Did I say not to trade it? No, I didn't say don't trade it. I said, hey, understand what type of vehicle it is, right? And understand your time frame. If anything, you just agreed with what I said, Tack. You know what I mean? Your time frame was fast and you made your money, right? But I can tell you from experience, when I've gotten destroyed in Soxel or TQQs or whatever kind of leverage vehicle I'm using, and I get wrecked, that's what? It's usually because I swung trade a leverage vehicle and I didn't see that because of the leverage, when you get these gap downs, and it's going to happen every now and then. We don't know when these are going to happen, but like it is on the Qs, I don't think anybody was expecting us to open up at 720, even myself included, right? That's how you get wrecked, and you destroy your account because you leveraged in. It's like going on margin. You don't realize it, but that's what you're doing.
Which is why you use it to reduce buying power, not increase margin.
Risk.
Right? So
not increase risk.
That's 100%. The point. And that's why I generally will always trade them if there's liquid ones, because then I'm just reducing, again, instead of putting 100,000 into the SPY this morning, I can put 30,000 into the SPY and get the same. If I'm right, I'm going to make the same amount of money. If I'm wrong, I'm going to lose the same amount of money. And that's really the superpower. So when you look at them, the better way to look at them as opposed to margin vehicles is just look at them as capital reduction vehicles. So you either have more money sitting in cash, or you have more money that you have allocated to take other trades, things like that. Because if you have an edge, your job is to exploit that edge as frequently as possible. And if you can do so by not tying up buying power into different trades, then great. Just, keep doing that.
All right, guys, it's time to maybe take some money and run on some of this Gilead, guys. I'm trying to hit the 4 digits. We are literally $6 away from a 4-digit trade. Again, right here, all done live, every step of the move in front of you guys. Let's see if we can get it. Let's go. 995. 55. I need maybe 10 cents on the break here. Let's see if we'll get it in Gilead and take that money.
SPY's breaking. It's breaking down a bit. 767 for SPY.
And I get the 4-digit trade. 4 digits.
Decent day to short some of these.
Chat, let us know. When's your last 4-digit trade? Have you had one?
Tack? Yeah, what did you say?
I said Tack. 5K this morning.
Tack 5K. He said it already.
Bring them on the show. Bring them on.
Come on, bud.
Right?
Let's
I'll tell you
hang out.
one thing.
We'll have
I'll tell
beer
you
or
one thing.
sake.
A lot of traders will tell you they make thousands. Very few do. Very few do. On one trade.
On one trade?
Yeah. Very few do. Like, just very few traders. Because the thing is, it's at that point, it's about trading with size, right? You need an account, right?
Yeah, well, that's it. It's all like, if you have
$9.99.45. Can we get it? Oh, there it is.
if you have a $1 million account making
Hold your thought, Mike. We have some celebrations going on. Good job, Mitch. Good job, money.
Yeah, finally held it. Finally got it to the 4 digits. And now I sold some there just to take the pressure off, right? Because this trade goes against you. This is when it's like the Reddit moment, right? Michael talks about these all the time. This is the Reddit moment. This is the screenshot moment, right? This is when you look at the daily chart and you look at where you are and where I got in, and you're just like, yeah, I might be getting a little greedy here. Right? Like that, like you see this line down here? Like we're down here, dude. You know what I mean? This thing is on what I call a boner candle. So
what do you think about this? Degenerate James says, I'm on an eval. I tried not to get 4-digit trades. I try to focus on consistency.
well, it's an eval, dude. That's the problem, Degenerate. You said it inside your name, dude. You got a name like Degenerate James, and you're telling me you're trying to be consistent? Didn't you tell me about WETO yesterday, Degenerate James? Didn't you tell me about this stock that you wanted to trade? And yet you're telling me you want to be consistent?
the Weto.
That's like
Crazy
That's
Weto.
that's like telling me something that Trump tells me about baby bottles and shots. I love you, Degenerate James, but come on, man.
Well, again, and this is why, dollar amount on trade is kind of useless metric, right? Someone comes and says,
Yeah.
oh, I made $100,000 on a trade. And it's like, okay, good. Congratulations. If you have
How much did you put?
what was your risk and how large is your account? Those are right.
That's
Even
the key, right?
Even if it's a percentage, even if someone goes, oh man, I made 10% on my whole account on this trade. It's like, okay, good. But did you risk 20%? Right? Did you risk your entire account on the trade? Well, then it doesn't matter. It's why you'll see professional traders, they just talk in R, right? How much, which is R multiple, is just what did you risk versus what did you make? I'm way more impressed if a guy comes to me and said I made 20 grand on a trade. I'm like, okay, useless. If it's like 5R, I'm like, cool.
You want to know the R for this trade?
Sure.
10R.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's an amazing trade. And then the beauty of that is when you're talking to other traders, you don't need to they don't need any other information because the size of your account has like so many factors. Are you an old man like me and you've been putting money away into your account for 20 years and been grind, are you brand new? Like I'm way more impressed with a guy who, if he says, oh, I had a 10-hour trade, it's like, I don't care if that guy's got a $5,000 account. It's a great account. I don't care if he's got a $2 million account. It's just a great trade. Good for you. It's kind of, I always put well, Jim and Mitch, you go to the gym, right? If someone ever asks how much you curl, that guy doesn't go to the gym, right? Like gym bros will like talk about, their bench or their squat or their deadlift or, one of the big lifts. Like no one's saying like, how much do you put on the lag extension to try to see like how it's just a newbie question of same with win rate. If someone comes to me and goes, hey man, what's your win rate? I'm like, oh, you're new to this. Cause that's like very irrelevant. You can have a great win rate and, get killed over time. Yep. You can have an awful win rate. You can make a ton of money. So it's the whole R multiple. It's like, what did you risk versus what did you make? That is kind of what it's a amazing trade or whether it's not. And then that's, if you want to get real nerdy, what quants will kind of ask themselves ask each other is their profit factor. And profit factor
we have
is just,
money though.
some of your winners and then the sum of your losers, right? So if someone comes to me and says, "Oh, I got a great system," it's right 70% of the time. That doesn't help me. But if someone comes to me and says, I've got a profit factor of 2 in my new system," I'm like, wow, that's awesome. You got to really kind of milk those out, right?
Oscar.
Most I lost on any one trade was $5,250. It's a very precise number, Tack.
Wow.
So
I'll give you one. 756 in 2 seconds.
Ooh, 2 seconds.
In 2 seconds.
Oh, I've had 6-figure losers. I've definitely right.
The 2 seconds one's the one that gets me. Imagine just like 1, 2, look down. Oh crap.
Yeah.
That was a trading with my man Cameron Ross back in the days.
So that's when he hit the sell button.
Exactly.
No, the best part,
that.
Michael. Best part. I got in before him. I got out before him. Yet he made money.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep.
Dude, like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, how does that happen? I got a better entry. I got a lower exit. You made more money. You made money. I lost 700. There had to have been something that happened there. Something happened there, dude.
That's why if we're talking losses, this is my biggest. I just brought up my broker statement. My biggest loss this year, just this year, $34,690.67.
Ooh.
So if we're going to be precise, there we go.
That's precise.
There you go.
I just scrolled to the bottom of the list. I don't even know.
All right, guys. Microsoft. So the Q's just made this undercut towards 718, and then now is starting to hold around the 1030 time. Now Microsoft is starting to really put the hold in. Here's where I probably just cover Microsoft or set a real tight stop. And at this point, start looking for what would I shop for in the Qs if I start to see reversal by 11. Like if we start to make a move where we just undercut the 719 and now take out the 720s, right? Like I will tell you guys this faster because the key is always knowing things before they happen, right? It's not about after the fact. So I try to give you guys the outlook of what I'm thinking now before it happened. Right before the open, I said, look for the chop around, especially the first hour of the day, then look for the move, right? So to me, a lot of times that comes with a fake out. I think this is the fake out. This is the fake. Like, oh, let's go scare everybody. Let's go bring it down, right? And then bring it right back with some ramping action. So what do we need to look for to tell us that? We need to look for the 9 EMA to start to hold. Right? So if you can look for that 9 EMA to hold now, and that's what I would be looking for, that 9 EMA turn, right? You got this attempt to break it down. Now wicks can come into here. We want to start seeing closing back above the 720s and then really go back to take out the 722 highs. So then that means you went from what? You went from a tighter range, right? We established this range first. Then we break it on the top side. We break it on the bottom side. I'm going to draw squares to kind of show you that, right? So this is the top side, then this is the bottom. You expand the range, right? Now you scare everybody on that downside break, and now you expand the range even more. You go and you bring it back to all the way back up here, right? That's how you scare out people. That's how you wick them out, wear them out, and then pick the side, right? So let's see if that happens. You know, like always, this isn't guaranteed, but this is how I look into the market, guys. And this is why I feel like I can sometimes like pick almost to the key of how the market's reacting, right? Because I'm expecting these actions and looking for the whipsaws now. Now we shouldn't break through the 717.30 low. If we break through that, we're probably heading down, right? That would be my mentality, right? And if we start to see whipsaws back up, that shows me more and more buying pressure came in there on that undercut, right? So we'll see what happens. We have a great show for you guys today. We also have a great interview coming up, so don't miss it, guys. We're going to have a great show. I hope you guys have been enjoying the action. Please hit the like buttons and this share. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we've been, really, really good with the calls here, whether it be Michael, myself, Jesse, Josh, right? The one way that you guys can help us is hitting that share button. The like, it keeps, Jesse and Michael and I's lights on, right? That shows Trade the Pool that you like us. But there's nothing better than helping us grow. And to help us grow, that's that share button down below, right? Share it, go on Twitter, go on Facebook, whatever you use. Just share it with traders so that they can come over here and learn from examples just like this one, right? Just like this one. We'll see what happens.
The market's so choppy. This is the one original tweet from Walter Bloomberg today. Meta platforms touch a 2-week low. It's like that's it. That's all. That's all you can come up with. Trump came out, made that one tweet. And then he goes, it's a 2-week low. It's like that. There's nothing going on in the world that can affect the markets. Come on, man.
Nothing.
Yesterday, early on, we called Meta short, and the reason why I gave you the short thesis was, don't forget that this was the one that actually had bad earnings. That would be better news to give, right? It's not, Meta's down to 2-week low. It's down because it has the bad earnings, and now that they're turning away from the Mag 7, it makes sense to short Meta, or even over Microsoft. I probably picked the wrong name, right? I picked the wrong name going for Microsoft. I should have gone for Meta because it was the weak report, right? So when the weakness comes back in, the name that had the weak report gets hit the hardest, right? Just the same way if you had a really good report, when the market starts coming back in and driving to the upside, you should be the one that gets the biggest lift.
Yeah, it just shows.
Look at the market coming back, whipsawing right back.
Yeah, it shows the news flow, right? We are
whipsawing
in full
right
range.
back.
So generally, to break these ranges, you need like a punch, right? You need a big swing. It's why people look for volume on breakout of these ranges, and
I'm gonna go
so you got to ask yourself, where's the big swing come from?
It's time to buy Nvidia. Let's go.
That could be it. It's like the Nvidia earnings. There's some economic report or something, right? Because I just don't think if he comes out tomorrow and says the war is over,
swing on.
I just don't think the market.
Well, he will.
Cares.
He will say it's over, but then the next day he'll come out and say it's back on.
Watch
that's why the market stopped reacting.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Look at the TLT sign today.
We do have Fed minutes tomorrow, so that could be a little bit of a shakeup, but it's not a report. It's the minutes.
Long Nvidia here, guys. I wanted the opportunity to get it on the weekly, back towards the low, back toward the trend line. You guys see the trend line here. I'm getting the opportunity. I'm taking the shot. By the end of the week, if we're back through 228, will I be mad that I got a 219? By no means necessary. And I'm pure technical call here off the trend line weekly pullback. This is what I talked about earlier where we had the big bar in Nvidia, looking for the pullback right back, looking for the reload. Now the big tell sign, the confirmation, will be the Qs back through 722s and riding back to 725s. If we're back to 725s by the end of the day, you think all these bears are going to still be, or you think all the bulls are going to still be in this kind of feeling? Yeah. And they're going to be, now you're going to start seeing the people that kind of held into this, look for the pullback. Let's see if the Qs really starts to rally here. And a tell sign, look for the names that were strong yesterday to come right back into play. ASML, AMAT. These are the names that I want to see if they can come and pick back up, right? Because these were the strong names. And for me to say that, that's hard for me to say right now, right? These stocks are down. Right? And most people wouldn't tell you about a stock that's down thinking that it's going to turn around, right? But that's what I'm looking for, the relationship action, right? Marvell. I know you like some Marvell, Jesse.
Marvell, I do. It's down.
I know you like some
6%.
Marvell. I mentioned my new Mag 7, and with the ones that I'm going to be focusing on, right? AMD falls in that group, right? AVGO, your Micron, and on SK Hynix, did we say something about 170 last week? Did we say something about 170s last week? Jesse.
SK Heine.
And that was when we were down here, Jesse. Remember when we were trading this in the 150s?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
I didn't say that when we were on Friday. You know, if I say that on Friday, well, then please slap me. Reach through the camera and give me a good old whack.
I will.
You know what's helping? Guys, is that I've been so stuck in these like this swing trade in Gilead that I'm just looking at the market. And that's years of experience coming through, right? That's what that is. Right? That's no pressure to take the trade and looking at the charts and reading them well. All right? So if technical analysis doesn't work, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you know, hey, it's how it is sometimes, guys. PFSA, next leg up, says Crow. We'll take a look at some penny stock lifters. That's definitely the leading penny stock name. I had saw that. PFSA. And just to mention, we're already up on NVIDIA. But Profusa, definitely high flyer.
What was that name?
Profusa.
Oh,
Profusa.
That's a strong name. The old, that's what I need in my life is another whatever that is.
Sounds like a Greek.
You haven't hit your Profusa on the floor before, dude?
Yeah, cool. All right, it's funny
guys,
I feel like half these companies are just completely made up at this point.
They are, dude. Yeah. I don't even know if they have an office, dude. That's why I sometimes check them, right? Like, do they have an office even? Like,
I love that when people go to
company?
like Google Street View and they like find the place and it's like
it's a
rusted
dumpster,
down
right?
shack somewhere behind a Wendy's, and it's like, here you go.
Here it is.
They asked the Wendy's, hey, dude, can I just make like an address next to you, dude? I'm just going to make something. It's going to be like, we'll put some property lines by your trash can and we'll just call it an address, dude.
I like that.
Profusa, man, that 15-minute pullback. I like those for these penny stocks, guys. So what I sometimes use, and I've used in the past, is like, and maybe you penny stock traders can tell me how you guys think about this strategy, is a 1 minute MACD cross with a 15-minute 90 MA pullback, right? So you get that 90 MA pullback, and then you look for the 1 minute to be crossed on the MACD. That strategy even got me a funded account with a penny stock challenge right here. So just to kind of give you guys another strategy today as I try to keep it going, man. Try to give you guys more and more. All right, we'll see what happens there. PFSA and Gilead did pull back a slight bit, right? But holding on, right? So this looks great for me. Maybe even didn't need the run to the cash, but that's okay, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like at some point you got to pay yourself. You got to give yourself the ability and to think about this in perspective, right, Jesse? I was up 500 on this stock this morning. I just took 500 and I still have half the position, right? So that makes me feel confident that I can let this trade work. And the Qs are coming back, man. We are seeing that trade happen. At this point, I'm ready to just start taking a look to see if the Qs can get back up into this box. We saw the expansion of range, an undercut, and now we're seeing the rally, right? So looking to see what happens there and looking to see if we can get the move that we're looking for. NVIDIA already up, starting to come back there, 220s now, right? I took a smaller position in this. I could have took more. I have like about $6,500, almost $6,600 in this name. But really good trade here on NVIDIA. Already at this point can do one of two things. Can either hold off the low or set break-even entry. Since I've had an amazing day, Jesse, and I'm going to take a page out of your book.
Do it.
You made a video that said, hey, if we make a lot of money, sometimes our biggest problem is we give it back that day, right? We take this really great trade, we're really deep in the green, and instead of celebrating and enjoying the day, we go and put ourselves at risk and we give the money back. So with that being said, I'm going to go break even. Does it mean that I need to be break even? No, but it gives me the advantage of what? Power off, stress off. And as traders, the number one thing we want is mental capital. When you're doing well, don't ruin your mental capital because you start to push it too much, right? If I start to push this too much and I add there on NVIDIA and then I get stopped out for a big loss and I give up $300 of my $1,000 gain, 30% of my gain today, I should be upset. And that's the truth. You're going to be upset, and you should be, because you're giving it back. You're just literally, you took it from the market, they gave you the bill, and you said, oh, well, here, dude, I'm going to tip you back. No, don't tip them back, dude. Take your money, turn around, and walk the hell out of there, dude. You know what I mean? I always talk about trade the pool as everybody's jumping in the pool, and only a few of us are going to get out of this pool today alive. The rest of us are going to leave the money in the pool, and the guys that are getting out of the pool are taking that money from us. That's right?
Money Mitch, hey, we've got a special guest coming on now.
Ready. Are we ready to rock?
We have David Capablanca with us, guys. He is an author. He's a trader. He's been trading for over 11 years. We are super happy to have him on. Let's get him on the show here. David, are you ready to go? It's good to have you on.
I am ready.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, guys?
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys want to talk about?
Let's talk trading. Let's talk your book.
Well, let's introduce you first, right? I don't know if you remember, but I actually we chatted before, David, for trade ideas way back in the day. That was a really cool. That was a really cool time, man. I've been following your work, hanging out with one of the goats, Tom Hogard, a bunch, and cool book out on short selling. So actually, you were the one. From that interview, I remember you teaching, and I took this to heart about how you have like a hiatus on shorting anything from China. You were like, those things
China
get
stocks, man.
you get messed. And I think you told me a story about how that ended badly once, and that was a hard rule on your list there. And I've added that to some of my some of the stuff that I've been doing as well. So I don't know if I got a chance to thank you for that.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I've been run over a few times by those guys, so I talk about it in my book. So my book is Short Selling Master, and you can learn from my mistakes. And the best thing you can do is learn from others' mistakes. Unfortunately, people have a hard time with that. They got to learn from their own mistakes. But if you really make a conscious effort to learn from others' mistakes, you're going to save a lot of money. So, the China stocks, it always pains me to see people have rebuttals on them. It's like they're going to learn the hard way. So with trading, it's got to be less stress, more money. You develop your skills, you compound knowledge, and you get better behaviors, better discipline, and it's more money, less stress. Not more stress, more money. It's like that's a roller coaster. So, it's I don't fight people these days on it. It's like let them find out for themselves. But my stats show it very clearly. You're up millions of dollars and life is good. I don't need the Chinas in my life, man. So I talk about it. I dedicated one whole chapter, chapter 7 in my book, and this is never before shared information. You can't find it. It's not published. People are scared to publish it. They didn't want me to publish it, actually, but I insisted. And I took a risk that the publisher drops me for it. So I shared a lot in there. Yeah. And, it's like when I share a lot, people don't really understand. But, yeah, I went to Dubai. It's in the book. I met with the guy that was held hostage. He was a prisoner in Chinese prison for 2 years for investigating a Chinese company. He was a hedge fund. This is based on the China Hustle documentary. I don't know if you guys have seen it. So I have a close contact with a lot of people from the documentary, and I talk about the whole adventure that I went to Dubai and met with this guy, and I showed him my spreadsheets on the Chinese Cayman Island stocks, British Virgin Islands, and the whole connections. This is 2023, so things have even, and I predicted back then it was gonna get worse because the Chinese have no repercussions. So it's just human nature, greed is gonna, why would they stop? And now they've mastered the art of the scam, the Chinese scam. They do the halt spoofs on the bid and ask. They managed a way to get all the borrow fees. If you look at the INHD lawsuit recently, I spoke to the hedge fund that did that lawsuit, which actually worked. INHD actually was T12 halted for two months, and then it unhalted. I think it was squeezing the other day, but yeah, they told me that they had a former employee of one of the investment banks, the underwriters that spilled the beans on how it's done. It's like they get the borrow fee rates because they have like entities like all finagled in the Caribbean and God knows what. So and Cambodia. Anyways, you don't want to. So in my book, the main thing is that you don't want to play chess with the boogeyman. That's what I call it. Chess games with the boogeyman, and they're playing with 3 or 4 queens, and you have all pawns. So it's not a game worth playing. So as traders, we don't want to risk ruin. So in fact, yeah, it's just you never want that 1% chance that you could get T12 halted on, and now your money's stuck. So anyway, but yeah, I talk about a lot in the book. I talk about my strategies, how I use my strategies to form a thesis, a big picture thesis, enter a trade, and then execute. I use anchored VWAP for entries and exits. So I go over everything in there. But what's unique is that people always ask me about my win ratio and stuff. It's like they don't really understand that it's the way I trade is very unique because I'm using research. So all my process has been through research because I started trading with I liked investigating like pump and dumps, and I was attracted to that pattern of the pump and dump. And then also I was attracted to like research, like the Hindenburg research at the, like that. And I've like made it my own. So I have my 9s in the book. I share my 9 core indicator system, and it's just like a pre-flight checklist before a pilot takes off, and that's done. That's like a fast way. Basically, it's like a very fast way to do research on a company. It checks out. Like I go through the concept of supply and demand, and how I use float, outstanding shares, potential supply, institutional ownership. Digging through, okay, like I was going through the Chinese ties before anybody was talking about it. Like I go through the insiders if they're connected to China. This is before AI, 2 years ago. When I was writing the book took me 2.5 years to write. So, and then I'll check the underwriters, see if they're connected to China, their history of bringing stocks in the market, like going through the details of the tiers of underwriters. I think there's a lot of edge there, even for system traders. Like if you can use fundamentals, you can track all the underwriters and figure out a commonality between them. You're gonna have a lot of edge. This is getting more robust and more, like you're getting in the weeds. So. And that goes with my background with the whole research process. So, yeah, with the book, and what's funny is this morning, in the book I have a section on the meme stocks. When in the beginning, like when I started to have success was 2020 and 2021, and in 2021 was the meme stocks. So I remember I got like a run over on SLGG, this gaming stock that no one really remembers. So yesterday I held so I'm holding bonus webinars for like the next month for anyone that gets my book, sends me a screenshot on social media. But I was doing a bonus webinar yesterday for like an hour, and in the beginning I was SLE, the stock SLE was going. And so was IPST as it is right now. IPST, that's a borderline nano float, which I don't touch, and it's doing what nano floats do. They squeeze, especially when there's less liquidity the second day. It's a liquidity trap, which I go over in the book as well. But so like when I was going over, um, SLE popped up, and I'm like, wait a second, Super League Gaming? Wait, that sounds like Superior League Gaming, SLGG, which is in the book. And I said, does anyone? There was like 50 people in there. I said, anyone? They all read the book. They're all excited. They all read the book. They're getting the bonus materials. And I'm like, did anyone get Does anyone remember this one, SLGG? And everyone was like, and I said, okay, 1, 2, 3 chances. I stood there for a minute. Nobody, crickets. And and then I made it a point. I was like, everybody needs to read this book multiple times. That's the way to get through it, because like a lot of things are gonna go over your head. It's gonna seem like a breeze through when you read it, because it's a nice book to read. It's a pleasant book. It's meant for all levels, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. You're all gonna get a lot of it. But like to get those lessons in that I learned the hard way, you gotta. Like at first they're like, oh, SLGG was a GameStop sympathy. Oh, nice. Oh, David lost 19,000. Then there's like 200 other pages you read, and then you forget about it. So like you got to go back and read it, because that's where you really got to like cement those lessons in. So like
David,
anyone that says, yes,
sorry to cut you off. I'm just really curious, especially about the beginning origins of your trading journey. You've been trading for 11 years now. You're a short selling master. What got you to essentially become a bear? I guess how did you become a bear as opposed to a bull? What was that? Was there just, is it based on your personality, what you see in the charts? It's what you like to do. You like to go short, obviously. But what essentially made you go that direction and kind of stay in it, right?
2015. 2015 is when I found out about trading, and I didn't know what trading was. I had no idea. I didn't know what stocks were. I didn't know what a ticker was. I know the chart represented something, but like I studied architecture, so I thought it was like AutoCAD or something. I don't know, man. It's like I didn't know what I was looking at. But the movie The Wolf of Wall Street came out.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and it was entertaining, but I had no clue what I was watching as far as stock market. I saw the guy in the yacht. I saw the partying with the midgets. I saw like, it's like that's all. It's entertaining, but I was like, I was into the movie, so like then there was an interest, so I go on Google, and I was like, oh, stocks. Oh, he was bad. I didn't even know he was like that bad, like a bad guy. I kind of knew he was a douche, but I didn't know he was like really like bad, like doing crime and stuff, like with misleading people and like lying to them and stuff. So then I was like, oh, so he's a pump and dump guy, like a con artist. And I was like, oh, so then I just started looking into it. It's kind of like you just get interested. You start looking in the internet when you're bored. And then I was like, oh, so it's a pump and dump. It goes up and then it gets dumped. It's like a mountain. The chart, it's like, oh, it's a pattern. And I was like, and then I started looking into it, and I was like, and then it's like pink sheets. Oh, pink sheets. That's like, it's not NASDAQ. So it's like, it starts with like a spark of an interest. And then I was like, I don't like this guy. It's like, I don't like this stuff. It's like, I'm in school. So then I graduated school, and I had like a mountain of student debt and medical debt. And then I was like, maybe I remembered like in 1999, I used to be obsessed with fantasy baseball, and the teacher told me in the library, because I was playing fantasy baseball in the library, and the teacher was like, hey, if you did stocks, you'd be rich. What are you doing this fantasy baseball all day long for? And so it kind of like it's just weird how like those random coincidences kind of introduced me to trading. And someone mentioned it while I was at UCLA, something about the marijuana mania at the time, 2016 or something like that. So then I just when I worked at an architecture firm when I graduated in 2016 with my master's, it just I decided, like, I only worked for a month, and the first check that came in, I was like, this is not gonna work. I gotta pay. I can't survive off this. I gotta do something else. So the only thing I could think of was real estate, and then with real estate, I think like more stock trading stuff came to my feed. Even the algos were kind of pushing things back then. And then I just got interested in just, I didn't know anything else to do, actually. So I was like, I need a career with that can make a lot of money. So I was like trading, and then like short selling. I understood the pattern of the pump and dump, and then I just decided, the market was very overwhelming for me, so I just decided to just master one. And I decided that early on. It's like, you know what, I'm just gonna short selling is cool. It's cool with me, and the pattern's clear. Pump and dump. I'm just gonna only short pump and dumps. So pump and dumps, back then it was like OTC pump and dumps, and then like some NASDAQ ones of paid promotions. So I started shorting paid promotions, very small size for like basically nothing, $100, $50, whatever, for like 4 years. And then because I was scared to trade, I didn't have any money to trade, and I was just kind of learning. I just focused on learning a little bit. I didn't even have good study habits. I just study a little bit here, study a little bit there, and I knew I couldn't risk a lot of money. So like when you can't even risk any money, you're not really like trying to trade. So then, but then 2020 came, and 2020 was insane. The volatility, and then like some people in the community that I was at started having a lot of success. Like I'm talking about a few $1,000s to $100,000, or $100,000 to $1 million. And then after that, I was like, I got to give this a shot. Once I saw like the proof right there, like the people I was around in the online, I decided to fund an account over PDT, and the rest is history. So that was a mania, and that was a great time. That was a great decision, because I think if I would have funded earlier, it would have been, the market wasn't as good. The liquidity came after the 2020. Like the major liquidity. I think when I first started, it was like very uncommon to have like to make $1 million trading in small caps, especially. But now like it's pretty common. I mean, it's not that common, but like there's a lot of case studies.
Well, the volume's there, right?
Yeah,
and that's
definitely.
That's what's changed, really, right? And then, of course, everyone knows about these. I think it's really interesting what you mentioned a little bit while ago about SLGG, because I actually interviewed Ann Hand multiple times.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so I was a part of Benzinga back in those days, and I was interviewing her.
You were helping to squeeze me.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Back in the days, the articles were getting you.
But what do you think about the frog emoji and the ice cream emoji?
I mean, it was a tell sign, right? I mean, and one thing I kept saying, right, is that I kept hearing how things were getting better in the interview, but then the numbers weren't getting better, right? And I think that you could clearly see that, right? And I think this is a tell sign that I think people can learn from, right? We're always going to have those CEOs that can really kind of speak in an interview and kind of make things sound that much better, but really the numbers can't lie, right?
I don't know. She was full of it. So like she was a fraud, man. So do you know about the frog emoji and the ice cream emoji?
Yep. Yeah.
So what do you think that was real?
No.
So why were people buying this stock to the moon? Like, so it's a case study to show like groupthink and the herd mentality can like
cult-like mentality. Let's be honest. It's like a cult. And then they attach themselves, and it's almost like it just starts stacking on itself, right? I mean, we talk about a dumb stock here, Michael.
But let's go into it though, because I lost a lot of money on that. Back then, my net worth was like negative 200,000 from student loans, and I lost 19,000 on that stock. But so Ryan Cohen is activist investor. He's not taking over GameStop yet, but he takes a position, and then he posts this. Two emojis on Twitter. He posts an ice cream emoji, a frog emoji and an ice cream cone. And then people are running to figure out what this is, what this means. Just like trying to decipher it. And then somebody comes up. I did a webinar on this yesterday. It's still up on the internet. You can Google it. It's so funny. But now it's funny. But the frog emoji, someone came up, some genius online, a genius said, "Oh, if you look at this LinkedIn profile of Ann Hand, of this gaming stock, and GameStop gaming, Superior League gaming, frog emoji, Ann Hand used to work at Project Frog." In her LinkedIn, it says she worked at something. No one even knows what it is. Project Frog from like 20 years ago, like 2001. And then he posted an ice cream cone of McDonald's. And then it said Ann Hand worked at McDonald's like in 1997, like when she was like 20 or something like that. Like for, college, like in college, she was working as a cashier at McDonald's. So then someone said, "I got it, guys. Ryan Cohen wants to acquire SLGG. He posted the frog. He posted the ice cream, McDonald's soft serve ice cream, frog emoji, Project Frog. We solved the equation, the differential equation here with the stock. He's gonna buy SLGG." And then like the whole world started buying. This is the environment. They all started buying SLGG. And then Ann Hand, she was a nobody last week. Like no one knew who she was ever. And the SLGG, the headquarters is in Santa Monica. I'm in LA. I took the train to the storefront. It's a storefront. It's like nothing there. At the time, 2020, everything was shut down, and there was homeless people tents all over in front. And then, so like, if you see the reality, it's completely bogus. And then like nothing ever happened. The stock squeezed for multiple days, came back down, and now they changed their ticker. I go over the change of tickers in the book. It's a red flag. You're trying to reinvent themselves, but really not. It's the same thing. Just they want people to forget. Like for example, I use a software, Ask Edgar. They didn't even catch it. They have a section for ticker changes. Their software didn't even catch it. It's like, so you really have to know, oh, wait a second. This is SLGG, that really bad company. So when, it's really funny how CEOs, they'll try, like, it's a Hail Mary, and they will never let that opportunity go. Oh, she was probably loving it. She was like, wow, this is my time, my 5 minutes of fame. So let me go here. And she's like, CEOs are cheerleaders. Like the reality was there was homeless people camped out in front of her thing. And like Superior League Gaming did, they did conferences. That's it. That caused millions and millions of shares to be bought. So there was like a quiet, a quiet before the storm. There was a quiet. Everyone was like, we got to figure this out. And then they
frogs.
Yeah, they're frogs. Ice cream.
The frogs are the story of metamorphosis. Like GameStop going through its transformation. The frog is the final stage of the metamorphosis.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Come on, this is like Pokemon 1 and 2 and 3. This is stage 3, guys.
But it's crazy how the CEO will not let that opportunity go to waste. She was like, I got to get on some podcasts.
You have to jump on it, right? But can you really blame her? I know that the money situation.
That's her job.
But the truth is that she sees something that she can pivot for PR, and she's like, well, I had nothing got nothing to do with McDonald's ice cream, but I guess I do today.
But you should have asked her, when did you work at McDonald's? Because like it wasn't recent. It was like she was like 16.
Well, and it's funny.
But what does that mean? What do you think he meant when he posted this?
I don't know.
It's Ryan Cohen, dude. It's Ryan Cohen. I would probably agree with Michael. He was probably stoned.
Probably so.
He was probably just stoned at McDonald's and was like, oh.
This caused the stock to go like 1,000% up for like multiple days. It hung up in there. It hung up.
I mean, Elon does these tweets all the time where he'll do some like cryptic tweet, right? I mean,
it's still there. That's exactly. When I saw that, I shorted it in the pre-market, and I was like,
but the ice cream, it's broken here too, man. Does that mean something? Because the ice cream's about to fall out, dude.
I shorted it this morning. I banked on it. It's great. But I got my revenge.
Are always broken at McDonald's. Every time I want one.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the soft serves.
Soft serve.
So how do
we don't have it. We don't have
pass
it right now.
Pass it, because I think everyone wants to know. It's not, this is an awesome example, amazing example. Of course, it costs you, but how can we get around this so that we can maybe catch these, and then also how can we capitalize on them?
So this is the meme stock mania. You need a full on mania.
I mean, we just got maybe Wendy's to get a little pop, but it hasn't really happened, right? Have you heard about the Wendy's? What do you think about the Wendy's situation right now?
It depends on Ryan Cohen how high he gets, So
I don't know. Maybe that's all they need. That's what Wendy's needs. It needs the Ryan Cohen meme to come out.
He needs to put a bear and a soft serve Wendy's ice cream. 2 emojis.
Well, and
Oh,
if you
man.
think all this is nuts, man, you can still go to Twitter and type in $BBBYQ and find a whole group of weirdos that think Bed Bath &
Yeah.
Beyond is coming back to make them rich.
stuff.
And this thing went bankrupt like, what, 2-3 years ago at this point, and they're still holding on with like both fingertips going, yeah, it's don't worry,
Yeah,
we're going to be
Have you
rich
seen
one
the
day.
movie Dumb Money?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chris
it's-
Camillo,
it's-
Dumb
it's-
Money.
It's a documentary. Well, it's not a documentary, but it's
Well,
basically
the-
this.
True
Jimmy.
story.
People buy it and then
Yeah.
they don't know
Yeah.
how to cut the stock, I guess, and they bag hold, and then a lot of times it never comes back, but sometimes it does. So they get rewarded for bad behavior, like AMC, for example. AMC, it kind of came back a couple times since then, like
Yeah.
a couple, like So they do
Multiple
get an
times.
out, but like they get an out like years later, some miracle, and most of the time actually they don't get an out. But it just it just most people lose a lot of money on this. If you saw that movie, like the nurse that bought the stock and like she was up a lot and she's like, I'm gonna hold it. The roaring kitty guy says to stay. We're diamond hands. And then at the end, she's like really depressed because she lost all her money.
She lost it all right. She held
know?
on.
Yeah.
So, in a day and age when we have this on AI, this is something I created, Casa. This is something I made in like 5 seconds on AI. In a day and age when we have this, right, and we have AI really coming in with generative AI, do you think that this is just going to continue and could show back up again? Or is this something that, won't happen anymore? Because, I mean, I can make something like this in 5 seconds. What's the next move, right?
Yeah, the mania is always. I say there's an average one like every 5-10 years. Like 1999, you had 2008, I guess, for the bear. It's like a bear mania. But so 2020 and 21 were very unusual because that was like back to back. I made a lot in 2020, basically shorting a lot of biotechs that were taking advantage of COVID. That gapped up a lot in the pre-market and then also in the regular hours and just faded all the way back down. But then 2021, I thought that mania was over at the end of 2020. And then 2021, you got the meme stocks. So sometimes, it's just these days the cycles are a lot faster.
Yeah.
Even the bear market, like 2020, I guess a bear market, then all of a sudden it's back to all-time
David,
highs again.
David, you had mentioned early on, you had some financial struggles just early on. You transitioned from architecture to trading full time. Most people would have quit. What kept you going during the downtimes, during the times when people when things were against you and you were having those financial troubles? What kept you going?
I had no plan B. I burned the boats. So chapter 1 in the book is burning the boats. I have a painting in front of me, all the other side of the walls. It's Hernan Cortez. I actually deleted my architecture portfolio when I in the beginning when I was like having a hard time. I just kept thinking of, I came in this to really treat it like a serious profession to learn, and I guess I don't quit. I discovered something that's real and you can really make money from it. So if you treat it with rigor and you like. For me, it was like going to architecture school or going to like trading school. I was approaching it like that. And what kept me going? Yeah, it's I just had no other. I had no plan B. I had no plan B. So I think a lot of people quit because they give themselves an out. And it's like with any entrepreneur. You ever seen that image of the entrepreneur digging through a cave or whatever, and then he quits right before he strikes gold?
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That's a lot of people. That's entrepreneurs in general. So, usually the hard times. I was watching Elon Musk a short video of him the other day, and like I saw how like SpaceX was like a week away from going. No, Tesla was a week away from going bankrupt at one point, and then they made it out of it. I think SpaceX had like this last rocket too. Right. So he's like, and then they were about to go, kaput, and then it's like, so it's like that's just a journey of an entrepreneur, and like traders are entrepreneurs. So for me, I had no other plan B, but however, it's just if you really believe in something, you believe you could do it, just you don't give up. But at the same time, you have to be very careful not to risk ruin. I think with trade the pool, what you guys are doing, like, it's like you're giving people like the risk management side, so like that helps the longevity.
Yeah,
So,
for
but yeah,
sure.
it's just sticking around, surviving your learning curve, because there was some times in the beginning where if I would have blown up a little too much, I don't know if it would have been like a Chinese stock. If I would have run into a Chinese stock, and then my account goes super negative, and there is no trade to pull, and like I don't even know, I don't think you guys existed back then, so then I'm just gonna be negative in my accounts, So, but trade the pool, I don't think it could. I haven't looked too much into it, but I don't think there's that kind of risk with trading with
Yeah,
trade the pool.
yeah.
So that's great. That's great, man.
David, how you doing? Nice to finally introduce
Hey, how's it
myself.
going?
Yeah, well, let's get to it finally. Let's introduce him to something that he's not ready for, Jesse. Let's get into the J and
Sure,
J
let's do
show.
it.
Let's get to
There
it.
you go. Let's do it.
Thought we had that. Stuff done to the house. So unfortunately, yeah, it was I had stuff to take care of this morning. I had got one trade in and immediately had to go right to getting some stuff done. David, I just want to go straight back to the history of this because, well, I'm in Arkansas. All right, so I have to deal with some storms, right? So that's why I had some tornadoes and stuff come through yesterday. Well, luckily, actually not tornadoes, but wind damage. But you remind me of the me I wanted to be but never became, because I went to the University of Arkansas for architecture. We were both born in '84, both beautiful dark-haired gentlemen. Went to schools in the SEC. You went to Florida to begin with, and I wanted to go to actually the University of Miami because I love
Okay.
the Hurricanes, and I wanted to do architecture. And I went to architecture for about 2 months, and then I was like, "This is way too hard for me." So I just want to go right back to that. That shows me earlier on that I didn't have that brain set. They try to tell me, Josh, you're not going to want to get. There's no tailgating. There's no games on Saturday. You're going to be here on Saturday. I'm like, no, I can be. I'm the multitasker of multitaskers. How did you manage to have that sort of a brain on your shoulders that early on to get through and everything that you went through at that age in your life?
Yeah, that's a great question, man. That's something that only like a architecture major in school and college understands, because like it is rigorous. So I'm glad you asked that question, because I learned, I brought my work ethic from as an architecture student, especially not as an architect, because I didn't work in the architecture field for too long, but I worked a lot as a student. I went to school for almost 10 years for the bachelor's and the master's. But yeah, architecture school is a very strenuous. You got to do a lot of all-nighters, making physical models, digital models. You got to like really think the about everything. The case studies. It's rigorous. I'm glad you brought that up, man, because like, yeah. So these days, about a few times a year, I'll go to Gainesville and I'll give lectures in the architecture school and the business school and math and stuff, mathematics. Even the quant club, I gave a lecture there too, but especially the architecture school, because and in my book I mentioned it too. I give them a shout out because like the architecture work ethic, they call it studio culture, of like, going deep into the projects and staying there till 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning,
Yeah.
sometimes sleeping in the studio. you know, it's just like that was the culture of the studio culture. I think these days they kind of softened it up in the University of Florida. They don't let the kids stay in the studio that long because it's like I don't like child labor or something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I'm right
But
there with you. Some of my buddies
but
that went through it, yeah, that's what I heard was what it was like. I mean, that was
yeah,
the
but
life.
in the so in the serious architecture firms, it's like that too. It's back, especially back in the day with the physical models. I think these days you got 3D printers and laser cutters and all that. But
Right.
and that was starting to happen when I was in school in my master's program. But back in the day, like you see the old the architecture people's like, drawing by hand, all these crazy drawings. Like imagine a 100-floor building, you got or more. They get to draw it by hand. Like that's and it, there's
That's
no
a lot.
erasers. It's
Did
all
you have
pen
a
and
favorite
ink.
architect? I wanted to ask you this because I like architecture. I never got into it, but I did read a lot of books about famous architects. So did you have someone that
Yeah,
you really liked?
I do. I like these days. I used to like Frank Gehry and Morphosis, Tom Main, which I went to my master's program to study under them. They got like the highest awards in architecture. These days, I guess I'm getting older, man. I like just a regular mid-century modern. I like Richard Neutra, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah.
I even like some Japanese stuff, Tadao
Oh yeah,
Ando. Like,
yeah.
yeah, in the architecture world, people know those names, but like, Frank Lloyd Wright, everyone kind of knows.
Yeah.
Everybody
That one's,
knows. Yeah.
Falling Water and all that. Just a classic.
I live in a
Uh,
mid-century modern home that's stylized after a Frank Lloyd Wright home, so it's I love the mid-century modern.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I was looking at actually, I like John Lautner a lot. Do you guys know John Lautner?
Never heard the
But
name.
anyway,
Yeah.
there's a lot of his houses here in LA for sale. Also, Frank Lloyd Wright has a lot of houses in the southeast. You could buy them. Like he designed them during the Depression in
Yep.
the 30s to be like
right.
affordable, and they're still like they're not cheap, but it's attainable. They're good. They're all over the place.
Oh yeah.
So didn't have to get straight to the next question.
Sure.
My journey led me to a different route. Of course, it wasn't as glamorous. I wanted to broadcaster and I thought I was going to be glamorous. I thought I was going to be on ESPN. Not so fast, but at least, hey, I am still on a camera somewhere and talking. But never thought I'd be an architect. Wanted to leave that for trading. How did that all come about? Just tell me how that
Yeah,
worked.
just student debt, man. The good old American
Sure.
student debt, So and medical debt,
Okay.
combination. I had a brain operation while I was in graduate school for a tumor, and
Wow.
not only was that costly, but like it postponed my school,
Okay. Yeah.
and they put me in like fake classes, so I stay in the program to keep the medical insurance. It was like a double, like a what do you call it, like a double-edged sword, double whammy right there.
Right. Yeah.
Catch 22. So I was like, if I'm not in the school, then I don't have insurance, and then my bill becomes like $1 million bucks or more, because of the brain operation. I was in the hospital for like 3 months, but if I'm in the ghost classes, I'll get like a couple to a few $100,000 of student loans, but I'll have medical insurance. So it's like lesser of the evils. But I had to continue. It delayed my school. On top of that, like 2 more years or two and a
Okay.
half more years. So, but like I'm thankful for it though, man. I'm thankful because first I'm alive, but mostly because if it wasn't for that kind of amount of student debt, I don't know if I'll be trading. I loved architecture. I would probably just been a 9 to 5 architecture guy in a lot of debt, maybe a lot like 100,000, 200,000 of student debt, and just paying that off little by little forever, rather than like if I have an extreme amount of student debt, it's like okay, what I'm gonna, this is too much now. I got to do something about it, So like it forced me to find something that's a high income skill, because architects they're not paid very well,
Yeah.
in my opinion. And actually, architects, they might not be needed as much in the future with AI
Yeah.
and stuff now. So there's too many
Yeah.
architects. That's why they don't get. So the market is always supply and demand. So the
Yeah.
reason why architects will never talk about this, because they're not really aware. But I know, because I'm a trader. It's like there's just too many architects. That's why they don't get paid. That's why they get paid $70,000, $80,000.
I could speak to that back to reporters and what I got a broadcast. Like, hold on, we're making how much? No, because my dad was a radio host, right? You see these platinum albums. Well, he was a disc jockey. He grew up in the era like the Ron Burgundys, where they were the dude and they were making money. I'm like, okay, I want to be like that guy. And yeah, it got oversaturated. The market did, so to speak, with the
there you
ESPNs
go.
of the world, and they make nothing anymore. And that was one of
Yeah.
those things for me. I was like, I can't pay the bills with this. This isn't
That
going
makes
to be.
complete sense. It's all supply and demand, man. It's all supply and demand. And there are star architects. They call them star architects. But like, I noticed that they come from either like their family of architects that just like they inherited the firm, and also they didn't have student debt. They can like invest in. They knew how to go about business. But me being buried in so much debt, I got to pay that off before I can even think about starting a firm. And I don't even know anything about business. So at the time, especially. So how am I going to go about it? So I decided I was going to go try real estate, and I signed up for a real estate class. I was in there for like 2 weeks. And then I learned about trading, and decided to trading was more attractive to me. I could, do it on my own. and just learn the skill. It's a high income skill. You know, as far as like real estate, you got to learn about marketing. You got to cold call, door to door, and it's like a hustle,
Yeah.
and it's a grind. But
Did you find early success when you started trading, David? Was it one of those things where you were just super attracted to the markets and you got in, you jumped in, and you had just an ounce of success right away, and that just kept you going?
Yeah,
Or
it's
was it just
very
like,
good question.
I don't get this, but I want to get this, and I'm going to stay in this thing long term?
Yeah, very, very good question. So I've always had a high win ratio in shorting, and it's not on purpose. It's just I was just so highly selective. I only stuck to paid promotions. I liked that I was shorting pump and dumps. It drove me. I felt like I was doing justice, you know. So on the bad guy, like the Wolf of Wall Street, even though it was just a tiny bit. And I used to be part of this message board online. It's like old school like boomers in there. It was investors hub. It doesn't even like do anything anymore. It's like old school. It's still boomers, boomer town. And a lot of these people, they really believed in these paid promotions, and I would get in arguments with them, and I would get really into like, no, this is a paid promotion. It's a pump. It's a scam. You're getting but they would really buy into these like paid promotions, like, you know, the flyers and the cold calls of like the, you know, the old school of like the Wolf of Wall Street. And so that drove me to learn. But when I did short, I remember I shorted back then. Interactive Brokers was a $10,000 minimum. It's not that anymore, but this is like back then. And I had a success like 8 shorts in a row, and I thought, I was like, man, this is like, I found it. This is the way. And then I lost like 20% of the account in one trade, and I got so scared, and I was like, this could be really bad. I need to really learn. And then I pulled the money out of the account, and I just I went back to how I was doing it. But I did have a taste of like, okay, I'm on the right track. These are a lot of scams on the market, or bad companies, borderline scams, and I know the end game. So that was clear to me. I was like, I guess got to be very selective. Pick the scammy companies that are just on the market. They have no product. They're doing promotions. You know, the pattern is clear, especially at the time. These days we have a lot of algorithms that are squeezing stocks left and right, but back then it was like slow motion. I think that and I learned on my own. I didn't have like, there was no trade the pool, there was no webinar like this or podcast. There's nothing, you know. So like, for me, at that time, that was very beneficial to see everything like slow motion.
Yeah.
So,
No, yeah, I first started in like 2016, 17, at least looking at stocks. Of course, the Tim Sykes of the world, right? That kind of got me intrigued into penny stocks or micro caps, whatever you want to call them. And yeah, it's funny how things were much more slow motion just back then overall. You know, to just see the ramp up since then. And of course, I was just a baby then overall and didn't know anything. But it's funny when you say that, because like, yeah, you're right. It really was. It's crazy how much slower things used
like
to be.
level 2, it's like watching clothes dry.
Yeah, it's like it's like we went from playing Atari to playing PS5, literally. You know?
Yeah, now it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Things are moving, flying everywhere.
Yeah,
Which there's more opportunity now. It's liquidity, so you can make some serious money now. So it's an opportunity.
Well, I was gonna say, I love talking about those first early on wins. So was there like a win, like a big one early on that I got it? This is it. Was it that 8 win?
Oh, absolutely. PRED. In that, I shorted this many times, and I would like talk about it, my thesis in that bag holder chat, the Boomer Town.
Yeah.
And Nate from Hindenburg Research would scour that message board. He saw me, and like, he would like, I didn't know it was him. He reached out to me later, and he would be like laughing at all my posts, because I was going hard on these boomers, but but they really were. But poor guys, man, they lost their money. But like, I would get really into it, and like, I remember I got a lot of lessons out of that. Like, I saw it was an OTC stock, PRED, a biotech out of Utah, and it went exponential. And Hindenburg Research started with OTCs, exposing it, like a couple of them. So it's like everybody starts somewhere, even Hindenburg Research. And now they disbanded it because they got so big, they became a target. But yeah, Nate reached out to me, and we have somewhat of a relationship. And I sent him my book, a signed copy, but thanking him for his work. But yeah, so that one stood out to me. I saw my biggest win on that one. I remember the CEO, he took a tour at Nasdaq, and he took a photo like, "Hey, I'm in Nasdaq." You remember it's an OTC stock, so
Right.
he walks into Nasdaq. Anybody can go to Nasdaq. You just take a tour.
Yes. Yeah.
And then like he put the photo on X or Twitter, and then the stock started going hard, like started going, and then I shorted that one little by little. I didn't know too much about timing back then. Like right now, I use anchored VWAP, and I use the first 5 minute red candle with the body to enter. Like I'll look for specific things to enter, to not catch not to get blindsided in the front side of the move. Back then, the way I did it was I just sized in really small, and then by the time, like I had I guess it was a decent size for my account at the time, very small account, and I remember the stock crashing, and eventually, over time, I kept shorting it over and over, and it got delisted. So that one, that was like one where I just traded that stock only for, man, I think I traded only that stock over and over and over again for like 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, so you see, that's but you see, like for when you're new, you can't afford too many mistakes. So I saw this as like, this is like the golden cow right here, So
Yeah.
I just
Is
kept
that, I was
attacking
gonna
it.
say that another kind of good question, was that when you realized that you're in when did you realize it was time to move full-time career? I'm a trader
Oh,
now.
I wasn't yeah, I knew I had a lot to learn because I would see those reports from Hindenburg. I was like, I got a lot to learn. There's a lot of stuff in here. And then on top of that, trading day to day, like I didn't know that much. I just knew that stock is a scam. That's all I knew that, and I knew like this thing is because these things even back then they would go 600% up over multiple days. So how do you time that? So I didn't
Right.
know enough. So I just kept trading small, and also I was scared. I was so scared to trade anything else. So like I knew I didn't know anything. So I just knew, like, I was excited to learn about it though. Like I had a taste. Um, so I just kept small until the clear mania of 2020. So that was 2016. So it's 4 years I didn't make that much, and then 2020, like that was I didn't even want to like fund my account or anything. I was kind of comfortable with learning, and I still was scared. Like I was like, I got a lot more to learn. I still felt I didn't know that much, but the mania was just calling. Like that was a crazy mania, and I saw people I knew having a crazy amount of success. So I was like, this is the time. The time is now. This is because I had studied history, 1999, Tulip Mania, South Sea Bubble, Roaring Twenties. It's like I was like, this is like every decade, every 5-10 years, you get a mania.
Yeah.
Especially the last big one was 1999. So I was like, and then we had the Weed Mania 2017 or something like that. I saw
Yeah.
that. I was like, okay, this is a real mania. This is like this. You couldn't deny the 2020 mania.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So especially off the biotechs, and then
Yeah.
2021, that was even crazier.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah. That back to back was, especially me. Yeah, of course, that's all I traded for the most part was small caps. That finally introduced me to trading like mid cap to large cap, mega caps. But yeah, that 2020, 21 year straight. That's like, I feel like, we're gonna be those. I feel like I already am an old guy. Oh yeah, 2020 and 2021, son. Let me tell you about some stock trading. That
Yeah,
was
it's
when
been
it
a long
was really
time.
crazy. Yeah. So
It
speaking
feels
of
like
high
yesterday.
win, yeah, I know. Well, as we know, hey, we're getting older. The time
Yeah.
starts flying by. We're like, that was really how long ago? So, speaking of a high win rate, which I love, that's the thing too, which I just passed. Speaking of, look into it more, which we can't wait for you to trade the pool on our evals. I just passed our 50K eval today officially.
Hey,
With
congrats, Josh.
right at about a 90% win rate as well. So over the last month, I love the pride when I have those stretches. So when I see that from you again, I'm like, man, he's the guy I'm trying to grow up to be. I'm trying to be you when I grow up, so to speak, the architect and then the full-time trader with the high win rate. Got to speak out risk, personal risk yourself before you enter a trade. And what are some guidelines you would tell beginners to follow that you got to this level of having such a high win rate?
Yeah, so the win rate comes with just being highly selective and just going through my process and not breaking my rules. But You know, so for a beginner, you got to have a hard stop, even just you know, whatever. I like to choose a dollar amount that you can recover within 2 to 3 days. So in a beginner, I know when I started, like, I didn't even have a skill to trade. Right? I was learning, but I was like, I'm just gonna lose $100. By the way, $100 of a $2,000 account, that's a lot. But I felt that it was okay because I can drive Uber for $100 if I need to. So if I lose $100, I don't have the skill to make $100, not yet. Because if I try to, I don't know what I'm doing. But however, I can drive for $100. So that's how I did it. I was like, okay, I can just refund $100. It's more work I gotta do, but hey, this is what I'm doing. This is the way I'm managing it now. And it doesn't have to be $100. It could be $50. So sometimes I would do $50. I would acknowledge that with myself. I was like, I don't know if I want to drive. Back then, $100 it means like 10 hours of driving.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I was like, I'll just do
I think
5 hours
I
here.
forgot about that. Yeah, because you were okay. I was 2016 doing Uber and Lyft. What year did you do it?
2016 and 17. Actually, I'm exaggerating. No, it felt like a 10 hours, but it probably wasn't because it paid better back then.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
yeah. I was in the DFW area at the time. I lived in Dallas, and yeah, it was. Oh, I remember like when I was in Dallas and they wanted to
It's
drive
like
all the way.
$30 an hour on average.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
think.
heck yeah! How long do you want to drive? I'm driving you wherever you want. You
Yeah,
know?
Anywhere you
I,
want to go.
it felt like 10 hours, but no, there's probably just a few hours. If you
Yeah.
pick the right times, you
Yeah.
can
And
get
get
a
the
hundred
hot
bucks. It's back
spots.
then. I don't know
Yeah.
about now,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
When I read that, I forgot you say. I was like, man, we literally are on very similar. You well above me, but we've done stuff at the
we did
same time.
the
We went at the
Uber
same
back
time,
then.
school at the same time. I was like, we did Uber Lyft at the same time. This is getting weird.
Yeah, I did it live too. But yeah, so these days, or like, I just like to do. I still the same concept. Whatever you can recover in 2 to 3 days, and if it also has to get class. These days for me, it's an extra step. It's like an A setup, B setup, C setup. So an A setup doesn't happen too often. It's maybe like 10 times a year. So for those, I'm willing to risk more. So it depends on like if my entry was good and everything. So I classify an A setup a certain way, and this is how much I'm willing to risk. A B setup, this is how much I'm willing to risk. C setup is like a scalp. I'm not
Right.
willing to risk too much. It's just like, I'd give it a quick. It's not a good trade, but it's like a scalp. It's like maybe the stock fits all my criteria, but it's not up enough. It's only up 15% or something. I don't even like that, so I might put it on. If it doesn't work in my favor, I just take it right off. But so that I'm willing to be like really. That shouldn't go anywhere near a stop. So just like it works in my favor right away, or it doesn't, I just take it off.
Right. I have some trades where I'm right in, right out. Essentially, my stop loss is right at my entry, or right. I'm not giving it much
Yeah,
room.
it's just
for
that
I mean,
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
But
All
you
right. What
gotta
about?
you gotta really know. You gotta stay to your uh, whatever's you said was a ace. Your stop for an A or B or C, or if you give yourself that 2 to 3 day number that you can recover. What separates the pros from the regular Joes out there that don't know what they're doing is sticking to it. So
Yeah.
you have to stick to it.
Yeah, 100%. How about that then? Struggling traders. And I know we all always, most of us. I don't know that I've ever talked to throughout the years one trader that did not struggle early on. So, what advice would you give to traders early on that are struggling?
Stick it out. Survive your learning curve. Just compound knowledge 1% a day. It's like just because you're not making money doesn't mean you're not compounding or doing the right things. So I didn't make money for 4 years.
I mean, I was thinking about going back to school too. I mean, you go to school to find you have a passion for something. You're not making money when you're in school. Of course, now like these
Right.
athletes are now, but yeah, I mean,
that's exactly it. You just nailed it. So it's like people go to school to become a doctor, lawyer, architect, or whatever it is, 4 years plus, and then they want to make money in trading within 6 months, a year.
yeah,
So
right.
it's like it's a whole mindset. So it's like I approached it like going to school again. So, or so it's just like it's a lot of startups don't make money for a while. I think we talked about Uber. Uber didn't make money for a long time too. I think they just started making money like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So
Before we let
that's
you get
where I
out of
came.
here, Well,
Sure.
we're gonna say, Jess, we're gonna say.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask him a question about his book.
Yeah,
when
that's what
did
I'm
you-
saying. Let's get into it. Book of the week segment right now. Let's get into the book of the week segment. Let's go. We have it every week, David. And this week it's nothing better than to
Nice.
have you on talking about a book.
Absolutely. When did you get the inspiration?
Nice. All
But
right, what was that?
but first, here's our little intro. No, I was just going to ask you, when did you get the inspiration to write a book? Was it one of the? There's a lot of books in the market. I'm a reader. I love books. I'm always trying to read a book about the markets or somebody's biography about how they got into trading and stuff. What was there? Was there a general inspiration that came, and you're like, hey, I'm really good at short selling. I've had this trajectory of success in my life. This would be a really good opportunity for me now to sit down and write a book. And also, in conjunction with that question, how long did it take to write it? Did you work on it for a few months, a few years?
Good
What was
question, 'cause I want to write one too. I'm like, these are great questions because I'm like, man, how long does it take?
Yeah, no, it took 2.5 years, but a lot of like 5-6 hours a week. But anyway, I started. So when I first started learning trading, the first thing I wanted was books. I was in graduate school at UCLA, architecture, and I had access to the business school, Anderson library, the Anderson School of Management library at UCLA, and I went in there looking for trading books. Couldn't find any, and especially short selling. Couldn't find any. So there was like 3 books that I read on short selling. They're all outdated. They're not like modern at all. And I always had in my mind, I was like, why aren't there any books in short selling? Especially, it doesn't exist for small caps. It just doesn't exist. And short selling, this is like the only modern book that I wrote is like the only modern one. And then also, I read the Market Wizards over and over. I read the whole series, and I've had Jack Schwager on my podcast 3 times, and like, I always had in my mind, I was like, I want to write like something like the Market Wizards. And there's a chapter in my book where like I was in an office in Puerto Rico and they didn't want me to do the podcast there because it was causing commotion with the podcast. Like I was doing the podcast in the middle of the day in the office, and I told the guys, I'm not going to stop. I aspire to be a market wizard. I want to write the Market Wizards. Like I want to write books like them, like Jack Schwager. So I always had it in my mind like that there was no books out there in shorting, and why isn't there? And then but it didn't cross my mind to write one until like I had so much success, and then like I started running out of things to do. Like I started a podcast. I've traveled everywhere. I bought the things that I liked. I was like, I want to do a project. Oh, a book, but like, it's not easy, man, to crack the book industry because I didn't want to do it. I was, if I had to self-publish it, I would self-publish it. But I didn't want to just self-publish it and sell like a few hundred copies. I was like, I want to go for like the top publisher. So then I had to get in the whole writing world of like literary agents and figure it out. It's like trading. You got to figure it out and get in the whole industry and writing proposals and manuscripts. And it was tough. I can even start a publishing company now if I want. I learned so much. But I always wanted to write. When I realized there's no short selling information, I was like, why isn't there a book? It's like, you know what? I'm going to write this book. And I'm going to do it right. And, I did a whole manuscript. I did the literary agent, the proposals. I submitted to like all the big 5, I think, the big 5 publishers. And, you never hear back. And it's just like training. You don't give up. I was like, no, this book is good. Like, I even hired like some editors to help me edit it and some to help me do proposals. It's costly. You need to be a trader making good money to do this. So,
is there an audiobook version of it?
There's everything.
You got everything. Okay, good.
So I cracked the door open and I got into the top publisher, Harriman House, and that's when the Harriman House is the top publisher of finance. So they got under their publishing company. They have Jack Schwager. They have Tom Hogarth. They have the Psychology of Money. That's like the top seller. Psychology of Money sold like 15 million copies worldwide. So like I got in the door. I was like, wow, okay, finally, like where there's a will, there's a way. Right. I don't know how I got in there, but I got just being persistent, just like trading. Just don't give up. And I was like, I was gonna self-publish this thing. It would have cost more money, by the way, to self-publish it, and I would have probably had less of a, of a big machine behind me, so it worked out extremely well, and it's just a power of just not giving up, man.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah, it took
self.
a long time. Took 3 days a week. I was 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours a day, 3 days a week writing the book.
Wow. Yeah, self marketing is timely. It's extremely expensive if you're just going to self publish it. So to have that publishing house behind you pushing your book is a huge asset to just being
Yeah, absolutely.
get it mainstream, right?
Yeah, and so for my first book to go like that, it's just I think the lessons I brought, like, we as traders got to develop a lot of strong qualities, and like especially not giving up and stuff, and just being persistent to just stick around. I think I brought that towards the publishing. I was like, I'm gonna do my best. I'm not giving up, and I kept attacking like emails, proposals, God knows what. This guy, I got a connection with this one, with a literary agent here and a literary agent there, and they don't like the book. I got shot down by the book, just like Harry Potter. All these stories, I
Yeah.
had the same experience.
That's
So,
crazy.
and it's like but I knew my book was good. It's like I'm a good trader, and like, and I short sell, and like there are no short selling books. So why don't they see what I see? It's like, so I'm not taking, when I get shot down with a book, it's like they just don't know what they're talking. Like, this guy doesn't know about trading. He knows about best-selling books of like Harry Potter, but he doesn't know about like short selling. So like I just kept pushing, and like I knew it was gonna work. It's just a matter of time. Like, do I just want to just self-publish this and get this out the way, or do I want to do this like big time? Because like
Yeah.
they helped me do they did the cover art. The cover's beautiful. They did the audio. They got the design, the formatting of the chapters, a team of editors to make
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
everything
Harriman
is
House, dude.
pristine.
Yeah, I mean, that's a name. When I saw that
Yeah.
Harriman House picked it up, I was like,
Yeah.
congratulations on that, brother.
Yeah, it's top notch.
Top notchy kolache, as I call them. I love those kolaches. Like I always call them in Texas, top notchy. And my wife just saw them. Sorry, they just came to my wife's an issue. Gosh, will you stop? You always got to bring up food somehow, some way. Yeah, but 256 pages. I was impressed. I was like, that's an in-depth book. And what are some of the key highlights, honestly? So some of the traders out there before they go buy it and go get it to listen. And I know Jesse's going to be on top of that. What are some key highlights to take away
Yeah,
from
so
it?
it's an audio too. Audio, I listened to the audio like 3 times already. It's really good. But the key highlights, you're gonna learn strategies. I share my strategies of, like, for example, patent news. I have a whole section on patent news, how to capitalize on that, how I enter and exit trades using anchored VWAP. I explained that in detail. And then I go over a lot of fundamental concepts that are very hard for people to understand, but I have it in stories from my experiences. So it's like you have context with the lessons. So for example, my favorite chapters are chapter 4 and chapter 7. So chapter 4, I actually, the other day I started here in Los Angeles. I gave it to someone that does screenplays, and I'm gonna try to make that into a movie. So yeah, that's my next project.
I've been okay. So here we go. This is ridiculous. I've wanted to make a movie for the longest time. Okay, so let's open a publishing. We're gonna do that and a movie. So we're open.
Yeah,
up
we
our
got to
own,
do it, man.
so we can have our own stock trading books. Of course, we'll get others. We'll hire. We'll sign some Harry Potter books down the line. But anyway,
Yeah,
I would love a
absolutely.
movie.
We'll talk about it for sure.
Yeah.
But chapter 4 is the time that I went to Colombia, in the country, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the Amazon over there, and exposed a marijuana company.
Wow.
I took a motorcycle up
Nice.
the mountain, and with the pen camera, I had a camera right here, and countered
Wow.
the cartel. So it was
So you're
there's no Wi-Fi.
You're just a normal 007 agent over there.
Yeah, basically the book. That's
And they'll also show you how to short stocks as well.
yeah. I almost died doing that, but that was for a short report.
Dang.
So I got like evidence, and we put a position on the stock, and the stock, it crashed. But yeah, that was something that like I wouldn't do again. But
Yeah.
but that's chapter 4, and I explain like lockup, expirations, underwriters, dilution, selling pressure. How like when lockups expire, there's like that waterfall selling of the investors that got pre-IPO, the underwriters, the nefarious individuals. It's a pump and dump, and you got short sellers and bag holders selling. So it's all this selling waterfall. So like, I explain like these concepts like that, and also supply and demand. So it's like the book is meant for all levels. Like my mom loves it. Uh, Beginners, they're loving it. Got a lot of nice reviews. And then also advanced traders. I have some friends that are 7, 8 figure traders, and they're like, wow, like they're brushing up on their anchored VWAP. They weren't privy to that because everyone's trading on off of regular VWAP. They're not using really. Very few people in small caps, especially, are using anchored VWAP or like patent news. Why is patent news? The majority of patent news released in the after hours. So I go over how like that's a Hail Mary pump job from the CEO. How patent news
How about we just do
is
this? Because I was
yes.
asked to ask you about anchored VWAP, and just give us a little brief description on how you use it, because that is definitely becoming a little bit more of a popular topic here over the last
Yeah.
few years, it seems like.
So in a nutshell, I use it on Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim does it automatic. It has a setting. You just throw it on
Mm.
there.
I just
But
want everyone to know
it's
what was that again? Thinkorswim. That's right. Burn it, babe. I use Thinkorswim all the time, so I know TradingView is one of the new ones that a lot of people love, but I'm old school.
but trading view is an extra step. It's you gotta anchor it to a news catalyst or volume.
Right.
So for me, it's
I
just
love
a lot
TOS.
easier.
Yeah.
But the concept is the same. So like you anchor it to a certain point where there's volume and a catalyst, and you use the top deviation to short and the low one as a cover target. That's basically it. But a lot of times in small caps, the stocks are so extended that it's hard to cover at the bottom. So you just cover around VWAP or a little bit under VWAP. But basically, the main thing is that you're gonna get a lot better entries if you see that top deviation. That's now it's starting to get extended. Like you can get it because I know when I first started, we just used VWAP, and then like it would things would just pop a little bit above VWAP, 10% or so, and then retrace like a mean reversion. These days in small caps, they go a lot more than 10% up off of VWAP. They just straight up.
Rip. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at my charts now, seeing a few of them. It's like, so. But if you have the anchor VWAP there, you get get a better read, and and then combining that with the 5 minute candles. So I'll see like the first 5 minute stretchy red candle. It's like going back to architecture. Architecture is not an exact science either. It's a creative field, where like I remember like when I was in architecture school and as a junior architect in the real world, I didn't really use a ruler all that much. I would just eyeball a lot of things, or I'll just use anything that's straight. I'll just use it as the
A book
trace over,
edge or whatever.
you know,
Yeah.
So
Magazine.
it doesn't have to yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just so with trading, it's like that too. Nothing is like really really exact, you know. So it comes in handy just to be like that kind of like be flexible a little bit. So like but anchor VWAP and the 5 minute red candles. That's how I enter and exit.
Love it. You spoke about chapter 4. About chapter 7? You said that was another one. Of
Oh,
course,
the
my
China
favorite number
Hustle.
7. So I couldn't let
That's
that
going to
one.
be another movie, documentary, China Hustle Part 2. Have you guys seen China
Ooh, I
Hustle?
like
So
that.
yeah, that one is I explain the whole. These days you can't just tell people, hey, stop trading China stocks. People are like they always have rebuttals. Oh, this guy, they come up with their own projection. So like I go through a whole chapter there of everything I know about Chinese stocks, which is very extensive. I have a lot of contacts in that world, in the short report world, and also from the China Hustle documentary, the China Hustle one, and basically the chapter is called Chess Games with the Boogeyman. So it's like when someone has no rules, but you have all the rules, you're at an extreme disadvantage. So I don't want to play those games, so like the whole thing is about longevity. Um, it's great that you guys that trade the pool, like, you guys have risk management pretty tight over there because it's not the people's money. But like people that are trading their own accounts like me, is like it could be disastrous if you trade something and it, does something weird, and all of a sudden you can owe the broker a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
Offering comes out. Next thing you know, it's
Yeah.
halted down in an offering and
yeah, it could
opens up 2
be
points lower.
yeah. So with the Chinese stocks, they halt it, and it can gap up way more than the halts,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and then they can T12 halt it.
Yeah.
And the T12 halt can be for months, and your account bleeds out on the borrow fee. So, so it's just like they've mastered the craft of the manipulation, and I don't want anything to do with it. So, I went as far as like going to Dubai to meet the guy that got released from Chinese prison after exposing a Chinese scam. So like, it's I mean it's no secret anymore. But when I was writing the book in 2000, 2 years ago, that was like a subject people weren't convinced yet. Oh yeah, now it's like everyone's convinced. Like, oh yeah, this is obvious manipulation. Um, and it's just the thing is you never want to risk ruin. But yeah, I explain all that in the book through the narratives of like the China hustle, me going to Dubai, my losses with Chinese stocks. I've suffered significant losses. $150,000 loss, a $60,000 loss, $100,000 loss. So it's like obvious that like my biggest losses come from that. So it's like I just canceled them out. So it's like you got to learn from my mistakes, and that's the whole thing, learning from others' mistakes so you don't make those mistakes.
Right.
So
Right.
How about
Oh, go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
I just one last question was inspiration for the book. Where besides going to and I'm sure that was the key one is that you went to go find a book and you couldn't find any books on short selling and they were all dusting off old ancient books. Besides that, what were any other inspirations down the line through the line of making the book?
I always had an idea I always wanted to write a book, and it's like a legacy, and it's like I'm still these days I feel like I'm running out of things to do. Cars don't really move me. I thought about buying a McLaren a couple years ago, and I was like, in LA, the insurance companies left, and I was like, I'm not gonna have a car with no insurance, and I like to travel. The car's just gonna sit there. So it's like, what do I invest in? And I was running out of things to think about, and I was like, oh, a book. There's a book. The way I wanted to do it is very costly up front, and I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I'm not in the writing industry or in book and publishing industry, so I invested in that project. And then the next one, I was like, I wanted to do the movie, like, for example, China Hustle and then the Colombia one. But I was like, the book needs to come first before the movie. That'll make it, just like the Wolf of Wall Street.
Right.
That was a book first, and then they made it
Mhm.
into a movie. So I was like, this makes sense. So it's like, I always had it in mind to do a book. I didn't know of what. When I first was writing the book, it was more of a memoir. Because, like, the journey of my trading is like, when we as traders or anybody, we're not writers and publishers or whatever. The first thing when we think about a book, we're thinking about like our experience, like want to write a book about like our journey or whatever. And that's how I wrote the book. There was 3 rewrites. So the first one was like a memoir. It was really good. I still have it. It's awesome. But then when I got signed to Harriman, they're like, okay, you need for us to be a bestseller, it's got to be you lead with the strategies and then your story comes with it. Then like I married the two, so it's like it explains the strategies even better of how I developed them. So, but like that's how I wanted to do a book, and now that I'm an author now. It's done, the first one. Now I can write books forever. I'm an author, so like I know how to do it. It's a lot easier. It's like
You
trading.
broke
You have
in.
the skill now.
Exactly.
So, but I want to do a movie next, so.
Yeah. Well, some of the best movies, as we all know, were based on books first. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I'm sure that'll eventually come for you, David. The chat has been very lively. Most of it, everyone in the chat they already knew who you were before you even got here, of course. And they have been cheering you on and asking
Nice.
really good questions
Awesome,
and
man.
things.
Thanks, guys.
Where for those who don't have the book yet, where can we find it? Where is it at, and how can we purchase it? And how can I get a signed copy?
Yeah, you're gonna get a signed copy for sure. You guys, Josh too. Amazon has it, and yeah, those that leave a review on Amazon, I got webinars going on for the next month, daily. Just send me a screenshot on Instagram or X. But yeah,
And
they
is
can
your
find
Instagram and if we could, is your Instagram handle and your X?
Yes,
What is it? Is it just your name or?
my name, but also it's reverse long on both. So the opposite of a long is a short, right? So reverse long.
Yeah.
So reverse long is the username. Shortsellingmaster.com if you want to see the website of the book, but it's just on Amazon, Short Selling Master. And anywhere you get books, but Amazon, like it gets a lot of, you can write reviews there and stuff, so it's much appreciated. But the audio is great. I really recommend. Actually, I like to get physical and audio, but like either one is good. And yeah, man, I'll send you guys a signed copy.
Excellent.
That was literally the last question I had for you too, as well, at least for this time, because we're going to get you back on, David. Well, whether it's monthly, we figure out something scheduled for you to come on here more often. Just more stories from you. I mean, even that alone, we could just ask you, but we could just have storytelling today with David.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that would be great. It's been a pleasure, David.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate that. What about your podcast? One last question. How about that?
Friendly Bear podcast, and I got a YouTube channel also. I've been doing like some higher production stuff now that I know how to do it. It's David Capablanca on YouTube, Friendly Bear. So,
love it.
Yeah.
Boom. I appreciate you joining, awesome. David. I don't want to tell you. I mean, literally, we could just sit here and keep talking, and this J&J show, as we call it, ends in about 13 minutes anyway. But no, I can't thank you enough for coming on today.
Awesome.
And yeah, I'll reach out to you obviously after this. We'll be in talks, and then get you back on here sometime again and make it a regular schedule. I'd love that anyway, because you're full of not only obviously valuable information, but now I know you're full of a lot of good stories. It's like it's Wolf of Wall Street, but a little bit different twist to it. So I can't wait for the movie. The one so we're going to Asia and China in one of the movies, and where are we going? Where's the other place we're going to in chapter 4?
Colombia.
Oh, good God!
We're gonna visit the cartels.
Count me in, and here you go. Short selling master, proven strategies from a high stakes day trader. Hey, look at that. 4-9. Listen, you don't get many. And who's this 3-star? Who is this absolute?
Yeah, it's like there's always one, man.
There's always the jerk. There's always the jerk.
There's always one. Tom Hogard for Best Loser Wins. He told me his first review was published like 5 minutes after the book came out. It was 1 star.
Oh. The guy didn't even read the book. He just gave him a 1 star, right? He didn't even read it.
I don't like you. And then you got Schwager here giving you some love. And you said you've had him
both
on
of
your
them, man, the legends.
Yeah, man, that is legendary work. And the fact that you've had him on your podcast, you said, 3 times now, huh?
Yeah, over the years.
That's awesome. How long have you been doing the podcast for?
Since 2021. Yeah.
Wow.
So 5 years.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to check it all out. I'm gonna start. You'll see me as now a new regular follower or commenter, and you'll know. Oh, there's Josh. I know Josh Smith. I know that
for
name.
sure, man.
Love it, David. Until next time, I can't thank you enough, man. Appreciate you coming on here. I'll reach out to you too in the next 30 minutes or so and tell you how much again I appreciate it. But
for sure.
Thank you for coming in today, bub.
Yeah, thanks
guys.
David.
Bye.
David Capablanca, everybody. Round of applause for the man, the myth, the legend. And next time, what I'd love to do. We'll get some questions from chat. So we'll get guys from chat.
Yeah, they asked some good questions along the way. We obviously had a ton to ask him and a ton to talk to, but they were very lively and they really took to him. So that's really great.
Yeah, no, that was I wanted to show that book off there. We'll just keep it next 10 minutes. We'll just chat it up here. We won't have to really talk stocks, but I wanted to show that book off there. Yeah, cool little cover there. And hey, really getting a signed copy. Hey, dude. Guess what? And I didn't tell him if he's still listening. I don't really. I'm not that big of a reader, but I'm finally going to read a book.
You're going to do it, man. You're going to, or you could get that audio book.
Audible. He said it's good, and I just saw Audible sample there. There we go. Audible sample. Let's just press play. What do we got? What's this sound like here? Okay, all right. Oh, I can give you an introduction. You get a little sample here. All right.
Yep.
All right. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if I'm going to be into an Audible book. Well, maybe so. Maybe.
I personally, as a narrator, I do. Most of my clients are on Audible, so I work through their platform. I was kind of hoping he hadn't done the narration portion of it, but it's good that he already has it. That's great.
Yes. So yeah, here you go on Amazon. Go take advantage of it. Of course, you can get the Kindle version. Hey, and I remember when Kindles first came out. Avery had all those Kindles, like the little, the little notebook reader things or whatever. Yeah, get it today, team. Go on and get it. Get the goods there. Capablanca joining us. That was huge. Yeah, exactly. Could have awesome waffles or French toast. Josh gonna read his first book. Nice job. Yeah, right. Exactly. I did read a few books as a kid, for sure, when you had to read them. And then there just became a point. I was just a Cliff Note reader, 100%. Crow, Nick Diaz, Tack, everyone join us in chat. Willie, how we doing? Hey, great interview, but he made it that much better. And again, I knew some of the stories, but I didn't know how in-depth the one was to Colombia. I knew about the China one, but I didn't know about the Cuba one and the weed thing and the marijuana. I'm like, whoa, what? You're just straight on 007 in this thing.
Reminds me of that American Made movie with Tom Cruise.
Yes.
Remember that? Like when he was saying that, like, oh yeah, that's like
that guy was from Arkansas. If I'm not mistaken,
right. That guy was Arkansas. Yeah, you were correct. Yeah. Based on
he was crazy. He was crazy. But yeah, just looking up beforehand, like literally just that born. I was like, hold on, he's born in, we were born in the same year. 90% win rate, which I definitely tout when I have it. Like I just have had here recently. I've had a really high win rate. Well, who isn't going to say, hey, look, and look how many trades I have. This isn't fake. I'm obviously doing this. And then I'm like, hold on a sec. He went to starting school at, University of Florida, went into architecture. I went to University of, so we're literally starting college the very same year and going to architecture. You got to think about that, right? And he's going to Florida. I'm going to Arkansas. I wanted to go to Miami and go to Florida and go to school. So how crazy that would have been. My parents wouldn't have been too happy about it, going like, no. You wanted to go to Miami so bad. You're staying in architecture school, buddy boy. You're not dropping out. But it was definitely kind of crazy to see that and him go through with that, and I didn't. And just to see him trading the same time that we've been trading for. And then something that a lot of people have been telling me to write a book, and so that just was kind of one of those things I was jokingly saying, man, he's who I want to be when I grow up, because that was like, some of this we've done, and kind of the same thing. I had the same career journey. He just went through fruition to everything. Where I was like, yeah, architecture school, smart architecture school. I'm out of here.
Sure. I think you're so good at doing your audio clips, Josh. Just an idea here, but I'm sure you have a book or two in you at least. But you're so good at doing the audio things. I almost think you could almost dictate your book before you even technically sit down to write it. Do you know what I mean? Like giving ideas to yourself about, okay, you know what I mean? Like, because you just do that already so well with the stocks. I feel like you could do that even in a memoir type of book or any kind of book you were to write regarding.
And as friendly and as awesome, obviously, it seems like Mr. David is there. Hey, I'm not kidding you. I'm down with opening our own publishing, place. And I want a movie. I've talked about that for the longest time. I've got some great ideas, and just. But that alone, of course, I know. But yeah, I'm just saying, I would love to just let me break in with him. Let me get my book out.
And there's not enough. Let's be honest. There's really not enough really great stock trading movies. Of course, we all know there's The Wolf of Wall Street. There's Wall Street. There's Dumb Money. There's there are
Big
a few.
The Big Short. Yeah,
but Big Short, of course. But there's nothing. Yeah. I don't know. There's just not much in our world either of small, large, the dumb money people, at least the people that are on our side,
right.
Not the heavy people. There's not enough retail trading movies. There's like you said, there's The Big Short. Those are all great films, but man, it'd be cool to see something in our kind of world, in our sphere of what we're doing, right?
Yeah, and then even add that,
Boiler Room Tack, right?
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, that American, whatever, the one with Tom Cruise, where you're adding in, it's stock trading, but then you're adding in some adventure and some fun.
Exactly. It's not just sitting in front of a stock chart. You're adding a real story, right?
Just like Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, of course, there's it just came out. I think it's on Netflix or it's on one of the sources out there. A documentary on Jordan Belfort, right, and all the people that were there that made money with him, because one thing like that big speech that he gives where he's like, and I'm staying, and everybody goes crazy or whatever. He didn't really do that. He was fined or whatever, and he had to walk out, and they walked him out. He didn't really give that speech and say he was staying. But most
Hollywood aura, little Hollywood aura.
Yeah. But I mean, but the yacht thing was true. Like, I'm like, hold on, they were really out in the yacht. They told him not to go. He was obviously blown out of his mind on drugs and says, no, we're going, Captain. Avery was like, if I was a good captain, I would have said, I don't care. You can fire me. I'm not going to risk my life. And they literally hitting the big sales like that one movie. What's the movie with Mark Wahlberg and handsome man George Clooney? They're out in the big boat and they get tossed over the big wave back in the early 2000s.
Perfect Storm.
The Perfect Storm. And because they mentioned that, the real guys in this documentary mentioned it was like the perfect storm wave hit us. So, waves go off, it's just stuff goes crash. They literally thought they were going to die, and then to see them on French or whoever island that picked them up, right, and they had to get rescued by their navy, and they're out. I'm like, I cannot believe that they literally had most of the stuff. So I can't imagine half of that is real. I can't wait to hear David and reading into the book and then really and then
Willie,
creating the movie. That seems like too
that'd be
much.
sweet. Yeah, Willie Hayes's comment. I love this. A movie of short stories about short sellers wearing shorts.
There we go. That's a doctor.
Willie.
That would be a Dr. Seuss short.
There you
Or
go.
it could be a
There you
stock-
go.
Maybe a Dr. Seuss stock trading movie is what that one would be. Yeah, Josh Brolin was a penny stock trader early on. Yes, he was. Yeah, yes, he was. Yes. I've read about that. If Josh did a book, it would be half stock trading, half cookbook. Yeah, exactly. Which takes me into my next recipe in chapter 5.
Courtney's been eating sandwiches. She's pregnant and everything.
Right.
But all I hear is your voice going sandwiches.
Yeah. Well, hey, dude, I love sandwiches, my man. That's what my pappy always called them. He was from Chattanooga, Tennessee. So it was enchiladas. It was enchiladas. It was sandwiches. Is the way he said stuff and his kind of twang. Limitless was I know definitely Boiler Room was definitely a pretty decent stock trading movie, kind of underrated there. I love David. Nick Diaz says, the only thing is I'm not an architect, so I don't know if I'd used to a ruler when making plans. Doesn't that mess things up? No, but no. Yeah, well, I mean, I know you were talking about making a joke about him not using a ruler, but yeah, you just kind of like me with trading. You don't have to put lines in. Like a lot of people always have to put all these different lines in. I'm lineless. I just see the chart. Neo in the Matrix, baby. Come on.
Lineless and Josh is limitless.
Love
and limitless.
No coloring. I love just reading back to all the comments. Way to represent LA. Low, yeah. Lower Arkansas. Come on, put me in the better state. Although lower Alabama would be great because I'd be so close to the Gulf of Mexico and the beautiful pristine beaches of really Florida. I like Florida over Alabama any day of the week. But anyway, just going back through here. Thank you all for joining Willie Shaw, of course, Trevor, Nick Diaz, Nigel, Tack, Crow, Joe, Mr. Simi in chat. Thank you. Yes. Bronze Hands in chat. Bronze Hands changing his profile picture. I noticed to Toad. It looks like a picture with Toad anyway. Everyone, thank you for commenting. Smash that like button if you haven't already. Smash it for David. Of course, David Capablanca, seller here of short selling master proven strategies from a high stakes day trader. Great day with him. I'd say it's an interview, but I don't want to say it's an interview. It was just a guest we had on to talk to. Really, I was in radio. I did TV. You just have someone on. It's not really an interview. It's just you're talking to him. You're asking questions, getting to know him. So I love doing that. We'll have him on definitely again. I couldn't join earlier on, like I said, because I was dealing with stuff around the house. Yesterday we had about 70 to 80 mile per hour straight line, front line winds, whatever you want to call them. It was a big, fat storm cell that was literally the cell itself. The storm was probably it was bigger than the size of Little Rock. It was north of it though, but it was just this huge fat cluster cell. And in front of it, like right at the tip of it, because it was one of those that was coming through so fast, because we've had one of these in Dallas before, at the edge of the storm when it comes through, I'll have to send you a video, Jesse. It's like, it literally is just, you would be like, oh my God, that happened.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
It was crazy. Me too,
Wow.
Muskogee. That's right. Muskogee.
Well, I'll be back for earnings.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's been a good one. That was a great show.
Yeah, it was
Great
Willie.
day,
That's right. Sorry that didn't cut you off. That was right. That's when I watched the news last night because it was the same crazy cluster that went from Jesse, Oklahoma, all the way through like the northeast area of it, like through the Tulsa, Muskogee area, through northwest West Arkansas, through central Arkansas, through southeast Arkansas, into Mississippi. So when I was on the Peloton watching the news last night to see the damage from it, because we finally got power back on, so we're kind of behind and I'm working out around watching the 6 o'clock news. And yeah, I'm like, the storm stayed together somehow that long from and it could have been in Kansas anyway. I didn't get that. They just showed it when it was in Oklahoma early in the day, and then currently and then Mississippi wreaking havoc. So yeah, that yesterday had hundreds of thousands of people without power, I'm sure, from one.
Well, I'm happy you're safe. I'm happy everything's good where you're at.
Brother. Yeah, 100%. And like real quickly, yes, earnings this afternoon. My man Jesse will be back on. We have some good earnings for you guys later today, so don't forget about that. Jesse, Alejandra, Caesar, and of course Steve will be back on. That's when we're back on next. Scanners till then, I think we had a nice, good, well-rounded show, especially with David today. Joining us again, of course, the author of Short Selling Master. Go get that book, guys, over on Amazon, as you've had this link up so you guys can see what it looks like. Hopefully you guys go buy it soon. Back in about 3 hours, start of Power Hour for more commentary. Until then, scanners are up. We'll see you back in a bit.
What is up, traders? Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. We are back. It has been a barn burner. Taking a word from Josh Smith there. Lots of action today. We've had some good moves to the downside. We've been trading IWM a little bit. Not too big of a day for me, but taking a little bit of a nibble here on this weakness. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about potential continuation in oil. I don't know. We'll find out. Currently basing. We will see if it's going to break down or catch. What is up, Snowman? I got the hat on today for you, so hopefully we're making some money. How you doing, man? How we doing in the chat? Catching up here. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit of oil. We're going to talk a little bit of chips. Very weak today after a crazy couple of days. So let's get to full screen and start talking. What's up, Bronze Hands? How we doing? Chips, they're trying to turn a corner here into the close. We will see if this is enough of a high or low double bottom here. For me, looking a little bit weak. I'm seeing all of this volume stuck at the bottom of the day, the low of the day here in this volume profile. Makes me think we might see continued weakness. Maybe we get a little bit of a dead cat bounce. This was a pretty darn hard sell, especially considering the overnight price action. But we'll see if this power hour move is gonna stick. Big moves on MU, absolutely. I said I was looking for a 930 back test. When the time comes to buy, you won't want to. It did transact my level. I did buy a little bit of DRAM instead of Micron off the 55 level. We will see if I regret it severely. I'm kind of expecting to get stopped out on it, to be honest. But you know what? We had the really nice trade over the past couple days. Bought us a little bit of a cushion there, and I wanted to take the stab. What else do we have on deck? Yeah, IWM showing nice weakness. Very, very weak. You can see all our cam levels way the heck up here. So this is a big outsized move. And it's important on these kind of days to kind of check in with where we are overall on these daily charts. Let's take a look. So, where does this leave us? If we close here, we still got an hour. There's still some ball game left to play. But if we close here, what does this mean? We puncture this 9-day moving average after not transacting with it for quite a while. Usually you'd really like to see some catch, some pop, a close back above this pretty darn quick if you're testing it for the first time after a couple weeks rally. It's a little ominous, isn't it? I gotta say it's a little ominous. None of this is happening on high volume, so that is notable, at least on the IWM. Let's check out the other indices here too. Another not so great candle, and hey, it seems like we're on track here. I thought we'd get the bounce off of the 9. Seems like we're cutting right under it. So unless we get a strong close today, which I'm not seeing yet, well, then we could see this continuation down back into the prior high, back into this kind of neckline that we're watching. So this is the kind of pattern that I'm thinking we're going to see. And then it's decision time because we don't have to catch here. Not to be sensationalist, but we don't have to catch here. I just want to see what we do. When you have this imbalance, this breakaway, makes me think that either we're going to hold really strong and curl up, continue this rally, or I think it's a decent chance that we have a tough month or so here, tough couple months. Basically, I'm looking for a pullback into midterms, and then we can talk. I don't know if we get much upward action till then. So, beginning of the end? Maybe, but I don't know. I did de-risk a lot yesterday. I was talking about it on stream, taking my money in the names like Lumentum. Having a hard time today. Lumentum, we were selling. I wish I could say I was really cool and sold into 1,000. I think it was there for like 1 minute. Nah, but I sold into like 980. Pretty good. Happy with that. Coherent. This is the one I stuck my wagon on. I hung out with it. I wanted this W. So this one did stop me out today on a loss of this 318 here. Not too worried about it. I want to watch for it to get a little bit of a bounce off either 300 is the first level. Oh, actually, I got to move my alert. So 300, the first level I'm interested in. Now we'll do it after hours. If it catches there, there's a potential that I might get back involved just a little bit cheaper than my prior 325 entry. So I took a $7 loss per share, not the end of the world here. I just want to see what it does, and I don't want to be stuck with too much weight here if this is kind of a topping midterm call it then for the next month or two. So I don't want to be too bearish, but this is not good price action. How are you guys feeling in the chat? What are you thinking about this sell? Do you think it continues? I'm thinking it might. Let's keep on looking at some of the other indices, other important ones to watch. So Q's tracked really nicely on our path for consolidation last week into expansion this week. This was not on my bingo card. Not on my bingo card to have this be such an abrupt gap down, no foot off the gas pedal there kind of sell pattern. We're under the neckline that we were watching. I mean, I guess you could go like that because that's the highest part of the volume profile. That's something you could watch. Also aligns with this this 21 day. But I got to say, this is not really the best look. So let's look at the weekly. And I think it's time to reset this chart. It's getting a little messy. There we go. What are we really seeing here? Maybe daily will be a little clearer. We're still kind of drifting over that 21 week. We have this downtrend line. I think that's important. So I think we want to watch this. I think we want to watch this horizontal line. And I think we want to note where in this range that we just formed we're finding sellers, because it's not making new highs, while SPY did. So that is a divergence. So we talk about this fib a lot, and this is what I wanted to show you guys. The 786 fib. This is going to be the stop run fib if we form a range. So the high here down to the low here. We take that range, we look for these golden pockets, this kind of golden arch level here, and we watch what price does there. So the first level of interest is the 62 fib. This is where if a trend is really strong, say for example, we think this was not the local low and we're expecting more downside. Well, we would expect once it gets over equilibrium, this red line, into this first yellow line, this is the 6.2 fib, we would expect sellers to start pounding in there, start loading up and pushing the stock back down towards a new low. Something like that. So if we are, if we're stronger than that, if we just still need to kind of release some pressure, release some positioning, kind of reset things, often they will run the 786 fib. This is the one that we call the stop run fib. The fact that we got up here, spent a few days hanging out, and then posted this red candle, it's really not what you want to see. And I'm starting to think that there's going to be more momentum that can carry this thing further down. Now just imagine if we get a bad headline too, because we have oil doing this. It's quiet today, quiet intraday, but this is not a bearish candle in my book, especially not if it finds a bid into the close. So I'm just kind of putting this stuff on your radar, guys, because I'm wondering if we start to get a bit of a sell. I hope I'm wrong. I still have a good amount of longs, but starting to accumulate energy longs as well. Starting to accumulate some hedges on these pop, or no pop today, but starting to look to be selling rips more than buying dips for a little bit until we find more clarity here. All right, so these are some of the some of the main things that I'm watching for here. IWM as well, looking pretty darn weak here, still over the 300 handle, but starting to curl on that daily oscillator. When you go to a 5-minute chart here, just cannot find a bid. I am still short this one. I have my stop right where this level is. I just want to know if I get stopped out here, basically a reclaim of this swing high, because then that could be a little higher low. On some of the stronger names, we are seeing this. See socks, chips still hanging out here, trying to form this same higher low pattern. One like that. But see how it's kind of, I don't know if it has enough juice here. Because what it's got to do is it's got to surge above the prior swing high here, and then not just hard reject. And that might be a tall order on a day like today, because there was a couple times where it looked like Qs might make a V-shaped recovery, and it just really tapped out here. Let me show you that. And I think we could have more downside even today. This is looking very weak to me and starting to be a H-shape or H-shape chart pattern, or you could also call this a B-shape volume profile pattern. Something like this. So see, all of the weight is concentrated in the bottom half of the day. That's not what you want to see. Bulls want basically price to come down and then reclaim a key level and trade, find acceptance in the top half of the range. This is the exact opposite, right? So price came up briefly right out of the open and then just absolutely hammered down, push up, dead cat, hammer down again, push up, test VWAP a couple times. No buyer in sight here. When you're over VWAP, you need to find continuation. There were only sellers up here near it, showing that the trend's still pushing this thing down. So then you come back and you are still holding higher lows. But this is a consolidation where you cannot trust it. Let me show you why. This is like a bear pennant, I guess you would call it. To me, this angle, not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. You see how the apex of the triangle, it's pointed down? Let me show you what I mean. We'll do a little arts and crafts here. A little geometry. All right, what I want to show you is basically, see when you have this kind of triangle, this pennant shape, you look for where the apex is. See, that's the apex. See that arrow is pointed down? You want this pennant construction to be much more neutral like that. So that would look like something like this, right? So a more aggressive uptrend line and more even in this regard. I don't know why this is really, but I guess it kind of makes sense just from a intuitive perspective, you know, because like when it's like this, it's pointed down, it's heavy, right? It's pointed down, it wants to keep going down, right? I think it makes sense. What's up, Talk? I'm rambling here. I don't know what I'm really talking about. Pennant shapes and apexes. How are you doing today? OIH, I see, taking a little bit of a breather, and I'm wondering if this is my chance to start nibbling. I have USO from, like 126. Feeling good about that as partial hedge slash, I don't know. I guess it's just a directional play. Yeah, we did well selling the optics. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Great call. I appreciate the confluence because I was trimming and I always trim early. You know, I was trimming my Lumentum into like the day before you were selling, basically. I was trimming my Lumentum before it looked like a breakout. And I was foolishly yesterday saying, hey, it does seem like it could be a breakout, but then you get the smash there. And it just goes to show, you know, bulls make money, bears, they make money too. You just can't be a pig. Pigs get slaughtered. So shout outs, Jim Cramer. That's one thing that he says that I do definitely agree with. It looks like SPY taking the nice move down pretty shortly here, because this is not a good pattern either. So here's another H shape or just very heavy pattern. This is the same thing on the Qs, but even more aggressively down facing in its angle. Sorry for the bit of lag here. Roughly like that, right? So that apex, you see that's pointed even more aggressively down. LNG. Oh, were you talking about the actual ticker? Chainier Energy. Oh, very nice, very nice. I just assumed you were talking about the index, or you know, the like Henry Hub natural gas. And I was like, I don't want it. I see it though. Nice solid uptrend there, giving you a nice entry into the 9-day moving average, into this high volume node, into probably a prior horizontal level too, I'd figure. It's a level it gapped down from. It's a level it gapped up into. I see it. 265, 266. Nice. Let's check out the Widowmaker, guys. Natural gas in the house. Natural gas in the house. And man, it's looking pretty good. Oh, boy. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. That's a nice base on natural gas, I gotta say. Nice higher low into this prior level of something. There's a reason why I got this big zone here. Very peculiar. Daily oscillator trying to hold the line here. But this 21-day moving average has been a brick wall. Once, twice, 3 times. It is flattening it out. reclaimed the 9. So I think this one might give me an entry on the break and back test if it is going to do this higher low pattern. If so, there's plenty of room on it if it wants to go back up to the neckline to that 200 day. At the very least, to that high volume node at 315. 10% gain there if we do get that. So I'll keep an eye on it. You're saying soon boil YOLO? Oh boy, here we go again. There's a GIF floating around somewhere out there on the internet. I got it on my computer somewhere. Has anybody seen those classes where they like teach like toddlers to swim by like throwing them in a pool? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Well, there's one of those. It went viral. The guys in my community, they put me saying Steve buying Boyle at $5, and then it's just me getting thrown in the pool, and the teacher's just laughing maniacally about it. And that's how it feels sometimes trading natural gas. It is not the easiest look. That being said, sometimes you get really, really amazing trending moves, especially when the market gets caught off guard. This thing loves to do crazy stuff. I mean, heck, look at that. I couldn't tell you what even happened here. But in January, natural gas ripped 125% in 4 sessions before giving it all back. You like the Netflix long as well? I do too. I was talking about it a few days ago. Is this the dip to buy? It might very well be. It's got this really... Oh, wow, yeah. I was saying yesterday it looked like a good dip to buy off that 9. I only have 1 share. Classic. I forgot to really keep watching it, but it did seem good. Basically into this level we have here. Starting to look like it's gonna want to go migrate back to home, to mean reversion land up into the 200 day. You've got a monthly trigger up there. You've got the prior level it kind of broke down from. It's got a gap way higher. It's Netflix, it's good company, and it traded in off these prior swing highs that I always talk about. These provide really nice entries. There's another one there for Microsoft. There's one on Nvidia. Yeah, there's one right there, I think. You get the picture. Let's see. What's up, Rajesh? How you doing? Yeah. Hello. No, not natural gas. Please, no. God, no. Anything but that. Yeah, I'm with you. That one will knock your socks right off. There's the leveraged one. This thing's designed to die. Much like those who trade it. That being said, well, quite a trender today. That looks like a Josh Smith play, doesn't it? That looks like something that I'd be scared to touch. Here I am thinking about it though. So yeah, we'll talk some of this in the coming days too, because I think this one's going to be worth a watch. You can see that sometimes I get some ideas about what Boyle could do. Maybe someday. Real quick, gonna check in with my open positions here. Seems like they're doing all right into the close, so I want to check on them. I've got a short on still on IWM. Still seems pretty weak to me. I like that this is weird, right? There's a big green volume bar. And it did push off of it, but now it's starting to seem like that all of that effort isn't getting much of a reward. So a little bit spooky, but I do think this is a bearish sign. It never feels bearish when you see a big green volume candle. But if you wait 20 minutes, an hour or so, and that gets all eaten up, kind of questionable. That being said, it hasn't broken through yet. So this could be a famous last words type situation where this is where they hold the line. So I did just want to check in on it here. These patterns that I would call pretty bearish, they're not dropping yet. So am I early or am I wrong? We'll find out soon. And in 10 minutes, we're going to switch on over to our earnings presentation. Going to be a fun one here. We'll talk about it in just a sec, but stay tuned if you're looking to trade some earnings with us later. It's going to be a good time. So yeah, coming up later, we'll have Keysight, Keys, KEYS here. This is an interesting one. So they have fingers in a lot of different pies here. They're a little bit software, a little bit hardware, a little bit of a service company. Really interesting stuff there. And this is an interesting chart too. Is it a big megaphone just testing back in with the equilibrium, in with this high volume node, looking to make a major move to the north? If we look at the weekly, looking pretty constructive. You got the nice oscillator crossover here. You got the nice pop reclaim of these moving averages, and then the back test. So key level here, no pun intended. What we also can look at, though, is the fact that it is up. How much in a year? That's right, 157%. So despite pretty decent structure up here for now, those are monthly top wicks. We are very extended. The bar very high here. So key site, this is going to be a fun one. It's got a good measured move on it, good expected move. So looking forward to see where this one goes. We also have ZTO. This is one that most people don't even know exists. This is going to be the FedEx of mainland China. Is it in the process of forming a high or low off this 200-day moving average? Quite possible. Also quite possible that we found a little bit of a bottom here. Let me show you what I'm seeing on the indices. Is it time to close my short? Talked about that green volume level. Still holding. Seeing oil breaking down just a hint. Not really much action there. It's been very quiet today, which is also a little bit spooky. SPY looking like it wants to break a little bit. Excuse me. A little bit of this downtrend line here, at least trying to. We also have that's a 21 moving average on the 5. Just something I like to watch when the market's a little bit slower into the end of the day here compared to the morning session. That's a decent level to watch as well. Still seeing nothing too definitive. Basically, okay, so here's what I thought was going to happen, guys. I thought this was going to stick the move up here, and we were going to start a kind of bigger trend, and that's because, I'll show you on my other monitor here on Bookmap, I saw this level come on, this big chunky level here below at 29550 NQ. Seemed like that was going to boost us a little bit more than it did. Then they spoofed a level on top again, kind of sandwiching us here. Still could happen, but I think it's going to be taking its sweet time here. Watching in the next 5 minutes though to see if it can kind of push out of that spoofing range. If so, there is, I don't know. I still just don't like these structures. I would expect maybe a tap into the high volume. The point of control for the intraday. So for SPY, yeah, right around the VWAP, 768.50-ish. So that's the kind of level that I'd be looking at to transact, and I am close to closing out this short. Let me manage this trade, and then we're going to go into the earnings. All right. So yeah, pretty strong candle here. Eating into that spoof level above now. So we're kind of ping-ponging. It seems like the bulls want to take this, and I'm a little bit surprised. Again, I think we'll just check in with the VWAPs and then see how we're feeling. Interesting to see when the market was pushing down, oil actually could not hold its bid. So interesting price action there, and I'm curious as to how this is going to resolve, if it's just waiting for the overnight session. Kind of have another megaphone up here. I don't know, kind of a weird structure pattern, right? Could definitely be failing this level, because we have a nice hollow area back here to pop it down to 127 if we need to see some more upside for the indices. I don't know. I'm in wait and see mode here in terms of directionality. We had a nice couple moves in the past couple days, and this is maybe this is a me thing, but when I catch an upside move into a downside move, it's almost always better for me to just chill and take the trade off, and basically kind of just wait and see. So I did buy a little bit of. Let's see, what did I buy today? I bought some silver and gold. That's the first thing I bought. I bought energy yesterday, so trimmed a little bit, but honestly, I want to stick with that. I'm just going to have it as kind of a pseudo hedge in case things get a little crazy. I'm wondering if natural gas is better bang for buck there. But I like the silver, I like the gold. They're not doing too much today. There was this big bottom wick. I think I'm a little red on this starter position here. Cost basis, 50, just about 58, yeah. So I took a little bit at 58, a little underwater here. I think that we're still holding this range. Could we come down? Definitely, but I like the higher time frames here. Starting to come back into this moving average here that I was watching. If we have to come back down here, I'm buying more. And hopefully we don't retest the whole breakout. But even then, I think that I probably would just be looking to accumulate. So starting small here, same with gold. We took this as a momentum trade. I bought in here, sold after 2 days. So my thought process was, hey, I'm getting in at the bottom of this range. I'm getting in cheaper than I sold. Is it perfect? Probably not, honestly. But I do think gold's strong. And I think that long term, it's where I want to have an allocation. What else did I do today? A little bit of BABA. A little bit of an earnings gamble. Very small. But we are getting this kind of move I was looking for. You can see my chicken scratch here. Basically looking for a retest of these moving averages. I'll delete these. Retest of these moving averages just like it did right here. And then a nice catch into the earnings here. So hoping that I caught the low there in at 120. We talked about it, 125. Yeah, I think it just literally 125. Nice and easy. So that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully we can sell half into the 200 day and then see how it goes. But of course, always a gamble with Chinese companies into earnings. Baidu, for example, I thought that they were going to do well. Nope. Big sell. Pretty suspicious there, honestly. So might be prudent to sell into earnings. But now I'm considering accumulating some Baidu long term because, man, it looks pretty decent here. Back into 86.50, this kind of high volume breakout node, if it can find a buyer, of course. And we can talk about what caused them to miss as well going forward here, but I think we'll have some time. I don't think this is one that I need to buy right away. So I am going to switch on over into the other room. You guys don't have to move a muscle. I'll be back in just a few minutes here, and we are going to get on into the earnings. We've got Keysight. We've got ZTO Express, the Chinese FedEx. We also have SQM. It's a Chilean chemical and mining company. This one does big moves, and it's going to give us a little bit of a read through into the strength of both commodities and also the Latin American economy as a whole. Also, Toll Brothers. So we're going to be talking housing again. This one's going to be fun. Looking kind of dire on the daily charts. This is one I'm excited to play because, man, if this thing loses this 200, it can have a big move down. On the flip side, just probably won't take too much to find bulls under this 200 if the earnings are, a little bit better than anticipated. I think the expectation's not so hot. So we'll talk about all of these, but this is just one chart in particular that stood out to me at this key pivotal level, as so often happens into these earnings plays. So we will be right back, guys. Don't move a muscle.